The first half of the Major League Baseball season is just about in the books. Welcome into the Upside Sports Network. Appreciate you guys joining us late on a Sunday afternoon. MLB draft is about to get underway, and lots to get into through the first half of the season. Yankees, of course, entered the season without Garrett Cole. Question marks about their starting staff. They were somehow able to get off to a great start anyway, and really have controlled their own destiny in the first half of the season. Late swoon in the first half really cost them the division. Right now, Toronto currently is leading that division. The Red Sox similarly had some issues early on, but have since rebounded to a 10-game win streak. Blue Jays struggled in the first couple weeks of the season. They get the extension done with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They get off to a nice run of games there and could take over the lead in the division. That's not just all that's going on around the game of baseball. Ronald Acuna is back for the Atlanta Braves after missing significant time early this season. He is back for them, but not soon enough. They certainly look like a seller at this year's trade deadline. We'll be talking certainly quite a bit about the trade deadline during our live today, so make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. That little thumbs up at the bottom of the video goes a long way to helping our channel. If you want to interact with us in the chat, post your trade ideas. If you want to talk about the draft while it's going on, we'd love to talk about that with you guys. The incredible first half for Cal Raleigh. Unlike pretty much anything we've really seen out of maybe two or three guys. Reggie Jackson comes to mind. Bob Nightingale pointing that one out. Raleigh is one of only two players ever in the first half of a season to go for over 35 home runs and steal 10 bases. Barry Bonds category anyway, getting into the break with 38 home runs. I think Barry Bonds is the only one to ever beat him at that, and that's 39 home runs that he hit in the first half. I believe that was in 2003 is when Bonds did that. We all know why that happened, but what an incredible first half for the Seattle Mariners and Cal Raleigh specifically. The Texas Rangers were expected to be a better team offensively this year. Certainly that has not been the case. The pitching, however, has been right there at the league best for pretty much the entire first half, including their bullpen, which really needs a closer. Their offense is finally starting to come around over the last 3-4 weeks, and they still look like they need probably one more bat, but certainly a late inning stopper in the bullpen, a closer, if you will, a high leverage relief arm is something I think the Rangers should be targeting here at the deadline. But let's go ahead and get into some of the standings first, then we'll kind of get into some trade talk here as we build up towards the draft a little bit later on this evening. We'll do our power rankings probably in between if the draft isn't going on quite yet. But let's go ahead and check out our standings right now. Let me update them for up to the minute standings anyway. But we'll start on the AL side. Everybody had the Detroit Tigers the best record in baseball entering the break, right? I don't see anybody besides Tigers fans raising their hands. What an incredible first half for them. We knew the pitching was going to be good. We thought the bullpen might be shaky. We thought the run scoring, the lineup itself would be a little shaky at times, but certainly the offense has really come through for the Detroit Tigers here in the first half. I believe they have 6 All-Stars headed to Atlanta for the All-Star game this week. Just an incredible first half for the Detroit Tigers. Reminds me a lot about how the Texas Rangers got so many of their players to the All-Star game years ago, or a couple of years ago when they won the World Series. So kind of keep that in mind. Maybe the Detroit Tigers are that team this year. Astros got off to a great start this season as well, 56-40. The offense was a little bit sluggish to begin, but that's kind of to be expected with the rash of injuries that they've really gone on. And they're still without Yordan Alvarez, who sounds like he's going to be back around the trade deadline, maybe a little after. But for the Astros, 16 games above 500, played a tough series against the Texas Rangers at home to kind of conclude their first half. But you can kind of see the slippage coming there for that offense for Houston. Pitching staff still looks very good. Hunter Brown very much looks like the American League Cy Young Award winner if it was awarded today. But his last 3 starts have been a little bit jittery if you're a Houston Astros fan. We talked about the Blue Jays, how they started and how their season really changed with the extension of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I think it's going to have a huge impact on their ability to recruit free agents after the season. We knew they were kind of the second place finisher, the bridesmaid, if you will, to a lot of these top flight free agents over the last couple of years. Ohtani, Soto, etc. Corbin Burns comes to mind as well. I don't think they'll be the bridesmaid much longer. They now have a much more stable organization going forward. Certainty with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They might even be able to get an extension done with Bo Bichette. We shall see. but they certainly seem a lot more stable than they were even 3 months ago. But they enter the first half, or enter this All-Star break anyway, going 55-40, a couple of games above the Yanks and Red Sox. Both of those are the top two wild cards on the AL side. Yankees about where you'd expect them to be after such a hot first half, and their pitching staff certainly carrying the load for them when their bats certainly went on the downturn. But 501 runs scored so far. This offense is very, very potent. The question is, can they hold the lead late in games? That's where I think the Red Sox or the Yankees anyway are going to be looking for help, is in that bullpen, and then also for some starting pitching. They've had a couple of starters go down recently, in addition to being without Cole and Luis Heel for a period of time. We'll see if they or which starter they go for. They're also rumored to be looking for a third baseman after designating DJ LeMahieu for assignment. You guys can check out that video on our page as well. When that news broke, we were one of the first to get a video out, and with all the accurate information you guys might want to know, including that the Yankees are now going to have to be on the hook for the remaining $22 million left on his contract. So they were looking for a taker for Stroman pretty much all offseason. They were looking for a taker on DJ LeMahieu all offseason. They couldn't find anybody to bite down on the bullet. And so, therefore, they just had to go ahead and bite it and just say, hey, we'll take the cost, we'll take the extra tax hit, and we'll just make a trade to kind of solve that hole and create an open roster spot right now. So that way we have some certainty with where our organization is headed as we approach the MLB trade deadline. Jazz Chisholm has moved over permanently, it sounds like, to second base. He will be in the home run derby tomorrow. Boston Red Sox, a up and down first couple of months of the season, but the pitching for them has been really solid. Rafi Devers, of course, getting traded, one of the biggest news items we've seen so far in the first half. But they kind of solidified their depth on the pitching side with that trade. I think they will be looking for some type of long-term pitching upgrades. We're talking guys like Joe Ryan from the Minnesota Twins. That video came out on Saturday, so if you guys want to check that one out, please head over to our YouTube, hit that subscribe as well, and you'll find out all you need to know about the Joe Ryan sweepstakes. But the Red Sox are certainly one of the teams looking for controllable starting pitching, somebody like a number one or a number two starter to come in and help Garrett Crochet and this pitching staff kind of stay strong in the second half. The questions about Alex Bregman, the questions about Aroldis Chapman, would they be available at the trade deadline? I think they pretty much answered those before the All-Star break here. I think they're going to be a contending team as we wind down the second half of the season anyway. I don't see any reason for them to sell. The thought process was a couple of weeks ago before they went on this 10-game win streak that hey, you go into the All-Star break, you're going to be playing some cookie teams, you better win these games, and then your season will be decided after the All-Star break. When you're playing tougher competition, how good are you? How do you hold up against that level of competition? And the Red Sox certainly didn't just say, hey, we'll just go ahead and take care of business against these cannon fodder teams, if you will. We're not only going to take care of them, we're going to sweep every single one of them that we can up into the All-Star break. And they've solidified themselves in the AL wildcard picture. Even if they come out of the break and they go a couple of games under 500, they will still be right there in that wild card picture. It's not like a tough stretch, say a 4-7 stretch against some of the tougher teams after the All-Star break is immediately going to knock them out of playoff contention or wild card contention. They're still going to be right there. They could still very well be holding a wild card spot, even with a record like that after the All-Star break. That leads you to believe they're not going to be selling at the deadline. They may just stand pat. That's absolutely a possibility here. But the idea of trading away an Alex Bregman now just seems absolutely unreasonable anyway, because they traded away Devers. They have the financial flexibility to go ahead and sign Bregman long-term. Boras and company seem open to a long-term extension. I imagine it's just about getting the term, the dollars right, and I think they will get there. I wouldn't be surprised if that deal actually gets done before he hits free agency after the season. Remember, he has two player options, one after the season, one after the next. I just don't think Bregman is going to go anywhere. Seattle had an incredible first half. They're the final wild card team currently on the AL side, 51-45. Pitching not as good as expected, though. Got to expect that pitching to get a little bit better in the second half. Munoz looked a little bit more human the final week or two before the All-Star break. I wonder if with the rest and so forth, if he's going to be a little bit better in the second half, or if he's starting to wear down a little bit. Same as my concern about Hunter Brown with the Astros. But anyway, back to the Mariners. That offense has been better than expected. The first couple of months of the season, that offense was truly great. Something we were not expecting this offseason. But that offense certainly has started to wind down a little bit here. They need to get somebody in there. They're rumored to be in there for Ryan O'Hearn. They're rumored to be in there for any number of corner outfield bats as well. So we'll see if they ultimately add here at the deadline. The questions about payroll that we had about the Mariners in the offseason, those seem to have gone away as well because the ownership there seems to be willing to add a little bit more payroll given where they are in the wild card standings and their ability to make it to the postseason once again. That's something they would like to do. They haven't been able to get to the postseason, I believe, since 2022. So it'd be nice for them to get back in there. Tampa Bay Rays, they were in the postseason picture for the majority of the first half, but they fall on tough times against a red-hot Boston Red Sox team. They have dropped 4 straight, 2-8 in their last 10. Honestly, the last 20 games have not gone well for the Rays, though. And I wonder if this is the time where they decide to sell here at the deadline. When we talk about selling with the Rays, though, anytime they sell, they still remain in competition. They don't necessarily sell and give up on the season. So I get all the comments on some of the trade ideas that we post here at the Upside that include the Tampa Bay Rays, and y'all are wondering, why would they be willing to sell when they're currently in wild card positioning? Well, now you don't even have that argument because they've made those deals before. When they're in playoff positioning, they still have gone about the deadline very differently than other clubs. They diversify their assets. They take expiring deals, turn them into long-term assets. That's what the Rays have been doing for, the last 2-3 decades at this point, and that's going to be the formula for success for them going forward. So we'll see if the Rays decide to continue that methodology there by trading away Andrew Rasmussen, who would easily be a great number 1 or 2 for the Chicago Cubs. The Mets have kicked the tires on him as well. Zach Little's a name they've been trying to trade for a better part of a year and a half, trying to get the right trade package back in return. Both of those guys have a little bit of control left. So we'll see. I believe both of them do. I'm not sure on Little, but I know Rasmussen has one more year after this one, and he's certainly turned in a top 10 pitching performance over the past 2.5 years. It's not just a 1 year or not just a fluke of a first half. He's been doing this for a consistent period of time. So the Rays have had a nice first half, but it looks like the rookie campaign for Junior Caminero might need a little rethink, if you will, if you're the Rays. The pitching staff certainly has been good at times, but has certainly faltered in the late innings. They tried to make a trade for Brian Baker. That blew up in their face. We talked about that on our live, about how poorly they handled his first appearance with the team. But we'll see how they go in the second half. If they make the trade of Rasmussen and Little, I expect them to get major leaguers and minor leaguers back, and for them to still contend for a wild card spot. Heel, welcome in. Can we talk more about the Rangers and Astros trades? It seems like every player in your last trade is popping off since the last video. Buxton cycle, Higgy starting to find it, plus Langford, plus Correa is finding it too. Absolutely. Buxton's cycle was absolutely fantastic. I was watching that on the phone anyway while I was working all day. But Buxton is a hell of a player. There was a time a couple of years ago on this channel we were talking about some of the most talented players in the game. Even before my channel started, I was talking about how Byron Buxton and Mike Trout, to me, were very comparable players, comparable skill levels. The problem with Buxton is he just couldn't stay on the field. So at the time when Mike Trout was, one of the top 2, top 3 players in the game, everyone viewed Buxton as kind of a, but he's injured kind of a guy. Well, but when he's healthy, he certainly plays at the level of a Mike Trout when he was younger. Now, obviously, this season is one of the first he's really been healthy and kind of showed that this year. And I'm curious to see if they ultimately trade him at the deadline this year. He's got 3 years left on his deal after this one, $15 million per. That's a very affordable number. Even if he does get injured, that's a number that's not going to tank your payroll if he's out for a significant period of time. He was hit in the hand by a pitch the other day. I worried about him missing time with that. He came right back, and that's when he got the cycles, his return from being hit in the hand by a pitch the day before. Just an incredible first half by Byron Buxton, and I would not be surprised if the Twins ultimately do decide to sell, if he is one of the names that is out there. A couple of the names from the Twins that are gaining traction, even this afternoon. Fresh rumors including Yohan Duran and Griffin Jax with the Philadelphia Phillies, the Tigers, the Rangers, the Red Sox, Yankees, any team that needs bullpen help, the Chicago Cubs, all kicking the tires on those 2 controllable relievers. Jax, of course, kind of a failed pitcher or starting pitcher turned into a reliever. Not much closing experience, but his strikeout numbers, chase rates, all those are off the charts. I think he's striking out about 38% of batters, walk rate around 5%. That's elite in both categories. According to Baseball Savant, that's in the 100th percentile, meaning he's the best in baseball to do those things. And I think the Philadelphia Phillies would be kind of the team for him, unless they're looking for somebody with more closing experience. Then, Yohan Duran is the guy that you want to go for. The Rangers specifically need a 9th inning shutdown closer. Somebody who doesn't give them a heart attack every single time they're up by a run, 2 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs in the ninth inning, and instead of loading the bases with nobody out and then trying to do a miracle circus act to get it across the finish line, how about you just get one of the best closers in the game, somebody who's very effective with ground ball rate. In fact, the best of his career, best in baseball anyway, at 69% ground ball rate. Strikeout rate is down for him, the lowest of his career, but it is still right at the elite levels as far as closers. So I'm excited to see what happens with the Twins at the deadline, and that doesn't even mention Castro, that doesn't even mention Joe Ryan or any of the other pieces the Twins could have available to trade. Higashioka, Heim are both starting to find it for Texas, as you mentioned there, Heel, and Langford specifically. We mentioned the Rangers might diversify their assets, if you will, at the deadline, go all in on their quote-unquote championship window here, a la Luka Doncic being traded from the Dallas Mavericks. Not saying they would look for that type of a return where they're just pigeonholing one specific player they're targeting, but take a 60, 70 value player and divvy it up among 3-4 pieces that are impactful on your team now, rather than what the future of a Wyatt Langford would look like. I think Langford's hot start here after after he came back from injury really kind of quiets those rumors for me as a Rangers fan, and if I was an executive for the Rangers thinking about those ideas, I would kind of quash those right now. The only question is, what do you do with Sebastian Walcott? Because you're in the same kind of argument there with Langford. He's the future superstar in the league. He's absolutely got star written all over him. So if you do trade him, you're not just talking about 1 or 2 pieces that help you win a title again. You're talking about getting back controllable assets along with him. I'm still not convinced to move Walcott, but there's an argument to be made if, say, the Atlanta Braves offered you Austin Riley and Matt Olson this year and cover their salaries for the remainder of this year. Would it be worth trading Sebastian Walcott to the Atlanta Braves for both of those players and getting the salary retention? Food for thought there if they decide to go that way. And Austin Riley's on one of the best contracts in baseball right now. Braves are going to be a seller at this year's deadline no matter what Alex Anthopoulos tries to convince us of. That would be a very hard deal for him to say no to if Sebastian Walcott is the return for those 2 players. The Rays will trade a big name and then get a no-name back and set prospect and develop into a key player. Absolutely. That's what they've done over and over and over again. Look, the Astros were injured, plus Texas got lucky. Yordan Alvarez. The Astros have been injured in the first half. There's no team out there that can't say that they avoided injury, but it's all part of the game. I think the Astros will be better when Yordan Alvarez is back. So we'll just see how things work out in the second half. I think the Astros have had an incredible first half, a Cy Young caliber first half for Hunter Brown. Didn't quite look it today, but he's certainly looking a little bit more rough more rough around the edges over his last 3 starts. I wonder with the All-Star break if that'll give him kind of a fresh, refresh him anyway for the second half. Because he's certainly, for me, he's been the Cy Young candidate on the first half. So we'll see. I hope CY saw today's game and said Duran can field, and Berger can hit, and maybe trade them for a first baseman that can do both hit and field. I think Berger can field as well. I just think Berger can't stay healthy too often right now. I think Berger is a great bench player for the Texas Rangers. I just wonder if utilizing him every day at first base is the best method for the Rangers to try to win. I think the Rangers will try to add a bat. The question is, will they add a third baseman, a first baseman, a DH, an outfielder? They have the flexibility to do any one of those things because of Josh Smith. They can put him at first. They can put him at third. Berger can come off the bench and play a little bit of third, first, or DH as well. You got Jock Peterson coming back. You got to think he's going to be better in the second half after a truly terrible first half for Jock Peterson. Anything's going to be better than what he did in the first half, but I don't see anybody really taking on that contract unless the Rangers take on a lot longer bad contract like a Carlos Correa type, and I just don't see that making sense for either side, honestly. I find that type of trade unlikely for the Rangers at this point, but I would not be surprised if the Rangers added some type of impact bat at one of those corner infield positions. I think we've seen the last of Ezekiel Duran on this roster. I think we're looking at coming into the second half. Very likely Hellman's not on this roster. He was an expendable piece on the roster anyway once Josh Young gets back. But Josh Young isn't hitting very well in the minor leagues right now. I think he's hitting around 217 since he got demoted. Still showing a lot of the issues in the minor leagues that he showed at the major league level, and those are worrisome for me. I think he's going to probably take closer to the trade deadline for him to come back if things work out. But if they don't, he could easily find himself in a trade going elsewhere, or not find himself on the major league roster at all the rest of the season if he can't figure things out offensively. The Rangers will quickly go a different direction to try to address their needs offensively. I think Zeke Duran's poor offensive first half really is kind of written kind of painted himself into a corner here as the expendable piece on the roster as well. Welcome in, JG. Appreciate you joining us once again. Got about 20 of you guys with us. We're going to be live with you guys for quite a period of time this evening, so be sure to hit that like at the bottom of the video. It goes a long way to helping us out. So if you wouldn't mind helping us do that, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you for that like. I appreciate that. And if you are new here, hit that subscribe button as well. We've gained about 20 subscribers over the last week and a half anyway. With the trade deadline coming up in a few weeks, we're going to be live with you guys as much as we possibly can. Last night, unfortunately, we had a power outage due to a storm, so we weren't able to do the Rangers game. So my apologies there. But storm's passed already for the day, and we are good to go for this evening. We'll be live for you guys for probably about 4 to 5 hours this evening. So kind of strap in. We're going to get into a lot of trade talk. We're going to talk a lot about the power rankings for the first half, where teams started at and where they're ending up, what the second half can look like for these teams going forward. But appreciate you guys joining us. Let's go ahead and kind of round out the standings here in the first half. Teams that could be on the borderline here contending this year. The Texas Rangers first in that group. Their first half, their pitching has been absolutely great. But you look at those runs scored on the screen, 393. The run differential tells you they should be better than expected, or their standing should be better than where they are currently. They've lost a couple of tough extra inning games over the last few weeks. That's part of the reason why they're still below 500. But their offense is starting to come around. Their pitching is still pretty darn good, and I would not be surprised if the Rangers ultimately find a way into the postseason one way or the other. As far as the other teams here, the Angels have had a nice little streak here going into the All-Star break without Ron Washington as their manager. He was out for the remainder of the year, looking after his health. Good luck, Ron Washington, in your health. Really hope nothing but the best for you. Incredible baseball man, and just hoping we get to see more of Ron Washington in Major League Baseball. I hope that was not the last we see of him, either managing the team or on somebody's third base coach or helping a team with their infield defense. I hope we get to see Wash do those things once again. Twins, 49 and 40 entering the break currently. This first half could have gone better for the Twins. They've been incredibly streaky. Pablo Lopez going down due to injury, some poor performances out of Bailey Ober, has struggled at times. But Joe Ryan's emergence as an ace really has propelled them as far as where they are now. But this is still an incredibly streaky team. This is an ownership group that's not willing to spend. They're trying to sell the team right now. And I just think this is the perfect time for the Twins to just, divest themselves of any money that's on that roster, sell anybody who's got 2 years left of control or fewer, and just see what they can get for it, and see what future assets they can build for. And then you sell the team, you go into free agency this offseason, add a couple of pieces around the periphery, make yourself a contending team in the wild card race next year, and then you got all the assets from the trades that you could possibly make at this year's deadline. As one of the few teams that actually is committed to selling with premium assets to sell, they could quickly find themselves back in the wild card picture next year, and then 2-3 years down the road, they could easily find themselves at the top of the AL Central once again. Royals had an up and down first half just like the Twins, but the offense really is struggling. I just don't see a pathway forward with that offense. Would not be surprised if they moved on from Seth Lugo, who's having a nice year. I understand the salary is a concern for next year, but sub-3 ERA is nothing to sneeze at. So I think he'd be a nice add for somebody at the deadline. We talked about the St. Louis Cardinals as a nice fit for him. Kind of fits the mold of what the Cardinals have done with their rotation in recent years as well. Guardians certainly played the Astros tough recently, but their first half, not exactly great offensively. They're in that same boat with the Royals. Their pitching has been pretty darn good, but I still think there's more meat on the bone for the Guardians here. I don't think they have the offense to leap all these other teams in front of them, so do not be surprised if they trade one of their elite late-inning relievers. We're talking Cade Smith. We're talking Emmanuel Clase. If I had to trade one of them, Clase would be the one I'd trade because he's got more value due to the closing experience as well. Last few teams on the AL side here. Orioles fired their manager. They're 7 games back in the wild card. They're playing a lot better brand of baseball right now. Their offense certainly is coming back, but this is not a team that's going to invest here at the deadline. They were kind of clobbered by their former prospect Kyle Stowers, who hit 3 home runs against his former team anyway in the Baltimore Orioles for the Miami Marlins today. I think that was through 5 innings. He might have hit another one. I don't know. But the Orioles are not going to be contending this year. I would not be surprised if they trade in O'Hearn, if they trade a couple of other pieces like Cedric Mullins, maybe a bullpen arm like Felix Bautista. Those are some of the names I'd expect the Orioles to be contemplating here at the deadline. The A's, they don't really have much that they're going to be selling. Maybe a team that's desperate for a third base help on the cheap goes after Miguel Andujar. Brent Rooker's name always gets bandied about, but I doubt he moves there. For the White Sox, pretty much anything that's not nailed down is going to be on the block here. We're talking about guys that have 1 year left on their deal. We're talking about veterans who make any kind of a money. I think Luis Robert trade possibilities are pretty much at a zero right now due to his inability to stay on the field, the contract, poor performance, all those kinds of things. One last note on the A's. One piece that they do have, kind of a big piece that they could move, is Mason Miller. They've been staunch in their rebuttals of those, so we'll see if that stays the same or if they finally bend like the Brewers finally did on Josh Hader a few years ago. Welcome in, Anthony. Appreciate you joining us. Michael, I'm reading reports that the Marlins are probably going under slot at 7 and targeting Ryan Mitchell, Gavin Fine. I think it means Gavin Fine. Is it Fien? Fine? Yeah. Aaron Watson or Jack Bauer or Dax Kilby. I would not be surprised if the Marlins did that. They've done those kinds of things before. So an underslot guy for me, as long as it's not a guy who's completely out of first-round consideration, I would be fine with, because then you're getting yourself a higher value piece wherever you're targeting him in the 4th round or 5th round, like the Rangers did a few years back with Kumar Rocker and Brock Porter. Seeing the standings on your screen. If I'm the Rangers, I'm licking my lips. I'm being super aggressive this deadline to pass the Rays and Mariners. That's kind of my thoughts as well. If I'm looking at these standings, as each one of these teams, I'm Detroit. I'm looking to, fine-tune my roster, add a veteran to stabilize my bullpen, those kinds of things as well. I'm looking for, if I'm the Astros, I'm looking for consistency out of my rotation in the second half. Strong second half from Hunter Brown, but at the deadline, I only have a couple $1 million to play with. I mean, literally a couple. They have like $2 million. They could make a trade. They could make an addition of Alex Verdugo. I think they'll try to add another reliever, but I don't think any of the moves will be earth-shattering unless they get the other clubs to eat a bunch of the salary, which wouldn't be out of the question if it was for a piece that isn't making anything on their contract right now. Mason Miller's a popular target of Astro fans. I'm just not sure they have the wherewithal to give up the prospect capital needed to get him. The Toronto Blue Jays, I'm hearing they need I know they need an ace. I'm hearing they're targeting starting pitchers. They're in that 2-3 category for me. To me, that's more of the same of what they already have. That doesn't move the needle for me. Gives them another option to kind of keep them at their spot in the AL East. But I'm curious to see what they decide to do here at the deadline. If they go even bigger for an ace, or if they decide to go a little bit cheaper for a 4 or 5 starter, or if they just decide to stand pat at the deadline. The wild card teams here, the Yankees, I think, will probably be the most active of these 3 teams. I think they will add a starting pitcher. I think they will add a third baseman, and I think they'll add at least 2 relievers. Red Sox, I think, could easily stand pat with the roster that they have. If they do trade at the deadline, I doubt it'll be Jarren Duran anyway. There is some rumors about a Joe Ryan deal. That would probably be the most likely there. But I don't really see a big move coming outside of an ace, 1 or a 2 at the top of the rotation for the Red Sox. If they do make any other trades, I would expect it'd probably be for a first baseman more than anything else. Seattle, I think they're going to be looking for any type of major improvement to their offense. I just don't think there's too many guys that really fit that description right now in the market. I think the Mariners have all kinds of talent in their minor leagues. The question is anybody going to trade them a piece that's worthy of that talent? Mariners have a bright future. Do they hold on and just see if they can get into the wild card right now with the roster they have? We've already seen how that goes over with that clubhouse. Cal Raleigh specifically speaking out at trade deadlines past about their trade of Kendall Graveman in division to the Houston Astros a couple of years ago, their inactivity last year, and I wonder if the Mariners go inactive here at the deadline again. They do have trader Jerry Dipoto at the top there, and he usually is fairly active making trades. The trade deadline, for whatever reason, he just isn't that aggressive. So we'll see if this is the year he finally pushes the pieces to the middle. Rays, I don't think they're going to be necessarily adding. They might retool, like I said. But if you're the Rangers, you look at those teams in front of you. The Mariners might add around the periphery. The Rangers have the ability to add an elite closer with a great pitching staff already. Their offense starting to pick up a little bit. If they add just a decent bat at one of those corner infield spots and a very nice closer, we're talking about a team that I think would easily get into the wild card picture here. Now, if they go even bigger game hunting, we're talking about a team that is 8.5 back in the division right now, the Houston Astros. But they might very well catch Houston by the end of the season if they really go all in at the deadline. I don't think they will. I do think they'll kind of add a little bit to the bullpen. I think they'll add a little bit to the offense. But I don't see them trading Sebastian Walcott unless it's for a piece like Austin Riley and Matt Olson and. I just don't see that type of a trade coming because I do think they truly value Sebastian Walcott's future impact on this team, especially when you consider the contracts of Seager and Simeon will still be on the books, and they might need him at one of those defensive spots. Let's see here. Heel. I know Marcus Simeon was supposed to be that guy, but we need that power speed combo guy to lead off hitter again. Maybe trade for a player like that. Well, remember, speed to me at the number one spot in the Rangers lineup doesn't mean a whole lot because you're not going to steal bases with him. The reason being is they don't like to steal, they don't like to run in front of Corey Seager. Now, going from first to third, that's a thing. Going from first to home on a double in the gap, that's a thing. But I think Josh Smith already kind of fills that hole right now for the Texas Rangers, and I think he's going to stay in that leadoff spot. There was some thought about Evan Carter going there eventually or Wyatt Langford. I don't really like that for Evan Carter. I think it puts too much pressure on his bat. I think he could do it, but I think we'd see him falter at times under the pressure because, again, he's still a young player learning the position, and I'd just rather him focus on what he needs to be successful as a hitter, not necessarily getting on base in front of Corey Seager. And, hey, if I don't get on base in front of Corey Seager, it's seen as a missed opportunity for the team. Don't need that pressure on him. Josh Smith has been in the big leagues a lot longer, has the maturity to be able to handle that spot, and I think he will. I think Simeon, out of the leadoff spot, really has decreased the pressure on him as well, also to get on base and do what he's always been great at, and that's driving in runs. I think he's really good in that 3 spot. I don't think they move those guys. Now, as far as adding speed, I think they could add some speed in a trade. Now, it might be lower on down in the lineup. Think of Sam Haggerty and what he brings as a 4th, 5th outfielder. I think the Rangers could look for something like that in a trade, like for a Harrison Bader type to kind of take over for Alejandro Osuna. I would not rule out a trade of Osuna somewhere else and then bringing in Bader from the Twins to kind of help out with their defense in the outfield and give them some speed. He's been doing great for the Twins this year. A couple of game-winning home runs there for the Twins this year. Some great defense as well. I think he'd be a great add for somebody at this year's deadline. White Sox and Rockies should open to trade for everything, including their vending machines and fans. Ouch. White Sox, I think, have a pretty good fan base. They're celebrating their 20th anniversary of their 2005 World Series team this year, or today anyway. And we'll see, or I think it was this weekend. I'm not sure if it was today, but either event, the White Sox certainly have a bright future with the prospects they have coming. The Rockies, meanwhile, they don't really have much. You're talking Chase Dollander. And then you pretty much got a bag of potato chips at that point. I just don't think anything's going to work out beyond that point. That's why I need a changeover of that front office staff and kind of building from the ground up, from the development side of things, the minor league side, and then to the major league side. Getting some youth on that team, letting that youth have time in the major league level and not blocking their growth with older veterans that you don't need to have there under long-term deals. If you're signing one-year guys at $4 million that you can trade at the deadline, that's one thing. But you don't want to block anybody's growth at the major league level because you're having a veteran there that might save you from going 58 wins. Instead of going to 58 wins, you go to 60 wins because of that veteran. You don't need that player if that's the reason why you're doing it. Let me say, if you like DJ to the Astros. I think that would be an interesting option for the Astros. They could use a veteran kind of a bat. I think they're more looking for an outfielder if I had to guess, though. I think for an infielder, I think they have plenty of talent coming with Bryce Matthews coming up as well. I don't think they need to go after an infielder. I think an outfielder is probably still the most likely need for them besides bullpen help and just getting some more length out of their starters in the second half because their starters have been pretty good for them so far. I would move Josh Smith back to being a super utility player, trade Walcott with Duran and Berger, and get Olsen and Riley and try to add an everyday center fielder. Well, you still have Carter there in center. So then you're saying you're moving Carter to one of the corner outfield spots or as a 4th outfielder? Or moving him to DH? There are iterations of that trade that we'll get into here in just a moment. But let me kind of finish the NL standings here. Haven't finished those anyway. Cubs on top in the NL Central. Everybody had that one because they were all in on the season. But with their pitching staff, I know everybody had that one written down, right? No. But the Dodgers at 57-39, I think the record is a little bit surprising. There are a lot of teams, or a lot of fans, including me, that thought they would challenge for the best record in baseball history at 121 wins, 116 wins? I can't remember what the number is right now. But the Dodgers are certainly a great team this year, 3-7 in their last 10. I think they're just ready for the All-Star break at this point. I don't think they really care where they are in the standings. I don't even think they care if they're a wild card team. I think they have enough talent that they'll be able to overcome almost any of those issues. I think they'd prefer to win the division, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're necessarily worried about the 162. They're worried about the postseason. That's pretty much it. For the Mets, 55 and 41, they've certainly had their ups and downs here in the first half. Soto getting off to a rough start in the first couple of months, coming on strong over the last month and a half. The Mets, were strong in the first couple of months, though, while Soto was struggling. Then they go on a little bit of a swoon, and now they finally picked it back up again. So as they enter the second half, kind of looking for more of the same way they started the season. So we'll have to see if they add that ace to me. If they do, I think they're going to be right there with the Dodgers as far as favorites on the NL side. If they don't, I think they're going to fall short in whatever series or wherever they end up getting into the postseason. They don't have that guy that I'm looking to in a postseason series that says, "Hey, this is win day. This is a starter that gives us a chance against the other team's best starter." The Dodgers have 5 aces on their staff, when healthy, of course. Got to imagine the Dodgers are going to roll everybody out at that time. Last year they didn't really have that same depth. And I think they'll still have some guys injured, but I think the Mets, even with a depleted Dodgers pitching staff, will still be at a disadvantage in the postseason once they get to October. So, the pitching staff for the Dodgers, to me, even with injuries, is still better than the Mets. That's why, to me, that's the biggest need, is the ace for that staff. Your wild card teams currently, the Brewers, Phillies, and Padres, leapt back into wild card spot today anyway. Winners of 3 straight. Padres still have some questions about their finances heading into the second half here. Will they offload a little bit of salary, retool some of that money around Luis Arraez, King, Cease, etc.? Cease isn't having a great year. I thought the time to trade him was in the offseason. Didn't happen. Now they missed the boat on that opportunity. So the finance guys are adamant about trimming a little bit of salary here. Bullpen is still strong. They have probably the best reliever in baseball this year, Adrian Morejon, somebody you guys have probably not thought of all year long. He's in the 100th percentile of pretty much every major statistical category when it comes to bullpen this year, and he's a name you guys probably haven't heard of. So the Padres certainly have a great bullpen with Suarez back there, Adam. They have other arms as well. Starters, they could use some more this year, but they're getting Yu Darvish back recently, and I think they're getting a little healthier on the pitching side. This isn't a great team this year, but it's a team that's going to hang around in the wild card picture. Phillies, they're one of the teams that I mentioned earlier in the video, looking at Griffin Jax and Yoran Duran and some of the other elite closer options like Emmanuel Clase. I would not be surprised if they ended up getting one of those 3. I do think there's a good chance all of those 3 players I just mentioned are traded at this year's deadline. If I had to handicap it, I'd say Philadelphia ends up with one of them. I'd say Texas ends up with either Duran or Clase. And the last one I do think would probably get traded as well. I think Griffin Jax would probably be the guy that would be traded to, say, like the Yankees or somebody like that, who needs elite relief pitching. And while he doesn't have closing experience, he could easily go into that 8th inning role for the Yankees and then, go back to Devin Williams in the closer role there. Who knows? But for the Yankees, I think he'd probably be a good fit. I don't think they'd be willing to pay the price of a Duran or Clase, especially when they need a starting pitcher more than a reliever, in my opinion. Brewers, great first half. They're supposedly looking for a corner outfielder, an impact bat, somebody who can handle those big moments. That's why they were looking at Adolis Garcia. That, I think, is off the table now. Maybe a Marcelo Osuna type is the most likely guy to go there next, although the money would be a bit of an issue. I'm not sure how big of a fit he would be, still playing in the field as well. But I do think the Brewers are looking for a bat of some kind to bring some power to that lineup. Giants, Cardinals, Reds, Diamondbacks, those next 4 teams on the NL wild card. I think the Giants made their offseason move already by bringing in Rafi Devers. I do think they'll add some pitching here at the deadline, some low-cost pitching. Maybe they're the team that goes out there for a Seth Lugo. Maybe they're the team that goes out there for some of these lower-end starters that could kind of help eat some innings. Michael Lorenzen, players of that ilk. I kind of think that's the frame of mind the Giants are in right now. I don't think they'll be selling at the deadline this year after making the move for Devers. I think the Cardinals might do a little bit of buying and selling. 3-7 in their last 10. Losers of 2 straight entering the break here. I believe they're playing Atlanta right now. But 50-46, much better than where we thought they would be entering the All-Star break, mainly because they were going with a youth movement. They wanted to see what they have for future years going forward, and I think the Cardinals have found a few answers. But to me, I want to see how these young guys handle a pennant race. And that, to me, that means moving on from Ryan Helsley, who, if he signs an extension, keep him. But if he doesn't, trade him because he's a free agent at the end of the year. You're not going to be able to re-sign him anyway. Move him for whatever you can get at the deadline. It's not going to be a massive haul, but it's going to be a nice package back that'll be helpful in your future. Same thing goes for Nolan Arenado. There's no reason to keep him on the roster. Eat a little bit of money on that deal, trade him to somebody else, get the contract off your books, and start a clean slate with that roster and open up playing time for Thomas Sagassi and some of the other young players the Cardinals are working with. Reds, young pitching staff, young team in general, looking for offense here at the deadline. 5-5 with Terry Francona as their manager. I think the second half, it's going to be about bringing in a veteran outfielder, similar to what the Brewers are looking for. I think they could go even bigger game hunting. For instance, if Wyatt Langford was made available, I think that would be the type of player they would target. But I don't think Wyatt Langford will be available. So where does that leave the Reds in their pursuit of an outfielder? We shall see. Diamondbacks looking to both buy and sell at this year's deadline. They've never really done a sell under Mike Hazen as the GM. And if they do trade away a Naylor or any of these other pending free agents like a Zach Gallen, I think they're going to be looking for talent coming back that helps them to win this year. So, for instance, say Naylor goes to the Rangers. That's been rumored for about 3-4 weeks now. If they trade back Jake Berger to the Arizona Diamondbacks, that gives somebody to fill that first base hole over there for the Diamondbacks for this year. And then you add a low-level prospect in that deal just to make it worth it for the Diamondbacks. Rangers get the better player. The Diamondbacks get off of an expiring deal. They get a young, cost-controlled first baseman back and an asset for the future, and still stay competitive in the NL wildcard with that type of a move. Think that for the deadline for the Diamondbacks. The last few teams here, Marlins, Braves, Pirates, Nats, and Rockies, all to me should be selling this deadline. Sandy Alcantara from the Marlins, we've talked about him quite a bit, being one of the biggest names that's available, unless it's the Dodgers, because the Dodgers can afford to just let him sit on their bench on that injured list, allow him to figure out his mechanics once again, get him right, get him healthy, and let him go strong into the postseason. They have plenty of starters to be able to weather any type of storm during the season to allow Sandy Alcantara to figure out those issues, and they've been great as far as rehabbing struggling pitchers, getting back to their former selves, and I think he'd be a great fit there. Braves, I think this is a year where they could offload some salary and give themselves some flexibility in free agency this upcoming offseason. I think that'd be one of the first times we've seen the Braves have money going into the offseason to allow them to make some additions to that pitching staff that they need. Guys like Marcell Ozuna should be out the door. To me, I would be looking to move one of your corner outfielders, first baseman. Certainly haven't been paid recently. I think they could get a trade of Matt Olson, bring in another first baseman on the cheap in the offseason, and be ready to go. Matt Olson, I think, is a great Atlanta Brave. Same thing with Austin Riley. But if you're looking to offload salary, those would be the two players I think they could move and be able to replace from internal options or in free agency after the year at a cheaper cost. Alrighty, let's try to catch up on a few of these comments here. Pirates, Skeens, not moving him. Keller, I don't think they'll move him, even though Jeff Passan mentions him as a likely candidate for the Pirates. Nationals, I think they're looking at Finnegan and a couple of odds and ends like Nathaniel Lowe. Nothing earth-shattering. And for the Rockies, maybe a Hunter Goodman trades as far as a catcher, but we shall see. All right, basically, yes, anything to stack the offense on the Carter comment? Yes. Steven, welcome in. Mike, the Mets lost, but we got two starters back with Montas and Manaea, and Vientos is starting to hit. I'm looking forward to the second half. I would be, too, as a Mets fan. I thought Manaea and Montas were going to be great additions for that rotation. I viewed Manaea in the offseason as kind of a 2A, kind of a 1C, if you will, low-end ace, a high-end number 2 in rotation when healthy. He was starting to show that ability at that time, and I still think he's showing flashes of that. Montas, I thought, was a really good 4 in a rotation, maybe a 3, but to me, they still need a number 1 there more than anything else. But I do think the second half will be good for the Mets. I think they'll make the postseason. The question is, will they make it to the World Series with their rotation that they have? I would lean no. I think they need to add one more elite starter to that staff. But as far as Vientos, they finally are getting him to hit. To me, they still may add another outfielder, some type of a part-time player for the Mets to kind of help out with their offense. Let's see here. Heel, I'm also assuming the Bader ones happen, you'll give Bochy the option of platoon Bader with Carter. Absolutely, that's kind of my thought process there. I kind of picture Robbie Grossman or Travis Jankowski as Harrison Bader in this kind of iteration of the team. If they did go out there and get him, I think Osuna would be the guy going out in another trade. I don't think the Rangers would ever use Osuna every day, even if they traded Adolis Garcia in the offseason. I don't think there's a home for him on this roster, and giving him part-time playing time isn't going to work on this roster. So getting a veteran who can handle part-time roles, off the bench, pinch-hitting type of situations, speed, those kinds of things, I think a Bader type of a player would work a lot better than Osuna, and I think Osuna has more valuable, or is a more valuable piece to a team like the Pirates. say the Rangers were looking at Bednar for a closer, they could trade Osuna there to kind of help him out with the bat for the future, and Bednar comes back the other way. You'd have to work out the money and maybe add a prospect here or there, but I think that would be a nice baseline for a trade for the Rangers there if the thought process there was adding a closer and then filling in that hole in the outfield mix with a Harrison Bader type. The Yankees lost because they were facing a good team and they weren't able to steal signs. Ouch, a little scathing there, Steven, but I like it. I do think the Yankees do a great job as far as focusing in on the signs that are being given and the way the pitcher's holding the ball as they're getting ready to throw it. Hey, it's on you to be able to stop those signs stealing. I mean, does it suck when they're that noticeably stealing signs? Absolutely, as a fan, but it's all part of the game. To me, just do better. That's why you have the PitchCom device. Look at the player, behind you, check the runner, those kinds of things. The one thing I think the Yankees do really well that I haven't seen other teams do very much is that, say, Aaron Judge hits a home run. When he crosses home plate, guess what he does? The first thing that they do. The on-deck hitter immediately goes to Aaron Judge and says, what did you see? What caused you to hit that home run? What spin were you seeing? They're just trying to get any information from the moment that Aaron Judge crosses home plate, getting as much information as they can as they walk up to be the next batter. And I think that's invaluable for teams to kind of keep the line going there offensively. And I think the Yankees do that really well. It's a wonder other teams don't do it. Yes, they talk about it in the dugout after they're already out. But what about for the upcoming guy that's coming next? What are you seeing? What caused you to have this success? I'm going to take it and implement it with my swing. Not everybody's Aaron Judge, but they can see if the Aaron Judge says, hey, I'm noticing the pitch out of his hand. If he's more three-quarter, it's more of a slider. If he's coming over the top, it's a fastball. If he's giving you that kind of information, that's incredibly valuable as the next hitter in the lineup, because now I already can kind of see what pitch is coming, or the pitch tipping, or the sign stealing, if you will. It's all about trying to gain an advantage. I think the Yankees do a really great job at that. I don't think anybody's really picking up on that, the way they have those conversations after they cross home plate. And I'm sure everybody kind of high-fives everybody and, hey, great job, great swing, you knocked that fastball out of here. But since when are they talking strategy in the 5 seconds they have as they pass each other as they walk to the plate into the dugout? That's something I think that Yankees do really well, and it's every single batter in the lineup. It's not just Aaron Judge or Cody Bellinger or Paul Goldschmidt. If one player has success, they're telling the next guy and keeping the line moving. Pass that knowledge down, man. He'll imagine a team that with catcher Heim, Olsen at first, Simeon, Seager, Riley, Smith, Langford, Carter, and Garcia. That's kind of my thought process there. But that trade would definitely have to include Sebastian Walcott and salary retention from the Braves to make it work. In fact, there is a new trade machine, a beta edition that is out that has finally been updated. And it is from Spotrac. We'll get into that one as well. It doesn't have player values. So kind of use the two trade machines together, baseball trade values, and then use the Spotrac trade machine to kind of calculate what salary would be left for this season, how much taxable salary would be left. So we'll kind of get into both of those calculators here shortly. Maybe get another bat for DH, and that team would not feel like just families. Well, I'll put it this way. I do think the Rangers will add a bat. Will they add multiple bats? I doubt. The only way that I think they do that is if they move off of Josh Young, if they move off of Ezekiel Duran, if they move off of Jake Berger, if they find somebody to take on the contract of a Jock Peterson. I think that's the only way they take on multiple bats that need playing time. Now, if it's a bat like say they go get a Matt Olson, I think they could still go out there and add a Harrison Bader quite easily. But as far as two guys that need everyday playing time, I think the only way they do that is they offload some of these guys off of the active roster that currently are utilizing those roster spots. Ezekiel Duran's getting a lot of time at first base right now because of Berger's injury. Third base, Josh Smith has moved from DH to third, but at third, Josh Young, if he continues to not hit, they move him out, they bring in somebody else. I think that would be a great long-term solution if Young can't solve it in the minors, which so far he has been unable to do. Getting close to our 1 hour mark here as we get closer and closer to the MLB draft. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe. The thumbs up at the bottom of the video goes a long way to helping us out. We'll be live for quite a while this evening. We're getting into some trades here in just a moment, now that we've gone through kind of the standings of where everybody's at. After we do a couple of trades anyway, we'll probably get into our power rankings for the first half, and then we'll do some more trades, and then hopefully the draft will have started by then. But be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It goes a long way to helping us out. Thank you so much for commenting, Heel, Steven, Everybody who continues to enjoy this content, we really do appreciate you guys interacting with us. Goes a long way here at the Upside. As long as I get the Rangers versus Astros in the ALCS, I'm happy. Honestly, I think as a Ranger fan, I'd love to see them in the ALCS, obviously, but I kind of want to see Boston versus Texas still. I think Rangers versus Texas in a wild card round would be fantastic, but I would still love to see the Red Sox get to the ALCS because that would mean the Bregman thing really is working well, and Boston might finally be getting back to their what we expect them to be as an elite team. They haven't really been that for a long period of time, but we shall see. Also, can you name a more hated Texan than David Freese? There's several that I can think of, but off the top of my head, David Freese is still probably right at the top of the heap. Let's see. Steven, the Yankees Cubs series shows how little run differential means. Yankees outscored the Cubs 14-9, but lost 2 out of 3. The Yankees do have a team that does outclub them from time to time, but so do the Cubs. To me, the Cubs still need to add starting pitching more than anything else. All right, let's get into some trade talk, shall we? So I want to show you guys the beta here first. This is Spotrac.com. They have a trade machine. They've been trying it for their NBA, but now this is the baseball one. All you have to do is select the team. So the trade that I've been playing with for like the last hour is between these 3 teams. Now, notice how you don't really have the value going one way or the other like you do on baseball trade values. So if you go over to baseball trade values, you do the same 3-team deal. And although I think the trades would probably be separate from each other, but I just kind of want to show the thought process in this deal. Twins. You can see the surplus value of each of these players. You don't see that on Spotrac. But the one thing you do see is the salary left for tax reasons this year. So say you wanted to include him in trade. You could retain 100% of his salary this season and see what it does to the taxes for the other team. Okay? We're going to remove him. But the Braves, we'll start with the Braves. Let's say we send him to the Texas Rangers. We let the Braves eat the entirety of the salary this year. We do the same with Olsen. We have them eat, say, 75% of the salary on Olsen. You go to the Rangers, prospects, Sebastian Walcott to the Atlanta Braves. You go back over here to baseball trade values just so you can kind of follow along. We send him to the Rangers. We send Olsen to the Rangers. Now, if we're retaining 100% of... Hold on. Is the trade... There it is, off to the side here. Braves are retaining, what, 8.5 plus 6.5? So that's going to be $15 million. So if we put $15 million from the Braves, roughly, just for calculations for this trade, to the Rangers, just in value, then the Rangers include Sebastian Walcott, wrong team, to the Braves, and that gets you pretty close. I think the Braves would need a hair more. So if the Braves wanted Alejandro Osuna, I think that would solve their left field issues going forward. And then next year they could probably even start Walcott on their Major League roster, at least at some point down the line. And you could even include Josh Young in this deal because now you don't have any need for him as a Rangers fan. You trade him to the Braves. Now you're still up on the value here. You go to the Twins. Let's go back over to our other trade here. Go over to the roster. Osuna. Want to keep up with this trade here. There he is. Send him to the Atlanta Braves. Young to the Atlanta Braves. Go over to the Twins. And we want Duran and Bader to Texas. And he's got, I think, $5 million option next year. So he would be on the roster next year for the Rangers as well. Duran goes to the Rangers. You don't need to retain salary. Look how little his salary is for tax reasons this year. The Rangers could acquire him and not worry about tax reason or the salary retained this year if they're or getting him straight up. Let's go back over to this deal. Go over to the Twins. Salaries, or a value anyway. And we're going to include Duran to the Rangers. And Bader, I believe, was around 3 valuation, somewhere in there. Competitive balance pick. They're not going to trade it, but every time I see those, I'm kind of like, because those have a bad habit of trading, even from rebuilding clubs. All right, to the Rangers. Now you're going to need 22 value going here. About 8 of it's probably going to come from the Braves, and about 15 of it's going to come from the Rangers. So the Rangers are already giving up 3 assets here. You're giving up the biggest one in the whole trade is Sebastian Walcott. That contract for Austin Riley is just absolute money. This literally solves every hole the Rangers have, by the way. Third base, solved. First base, solved. Elite closer, solved. Another bench right-handed bat to complement Carter in center field, solved, and saves you on the tax this year, so you can go well over the tax next year when you're taking on the money of Riley and Olsen's contracts in their full value. Now you still don't need you don't need the roster spot anyway of Ezekiel Duran. That could be an easy player that goes to the Twins as kind of a nothing piece going out in this deal. I think that would make a little bit of sense here. But we're still looking for more value going out. So what would the Twins be looking for? I think you'd probably be looking at one of these AA pitchers. Davilo, Drake. I think both of those would be in play. I think Rosario, I think you're holding back on because of his injury status as a top 100 guy. You're already giving up a top 100 prospect. In fact, I think he's probably going to be number 1 in the game going into next year. So I'm holding on to Rosario for that reason. But I think you could make the case Dreiling goes to the Twins. I think you could make the case that DeVille goes to the Twins as well. And that gets you about equal for the Rangers. 0.4 difference there. Now the Braves, you're still going to have to offload about 8 valuation here. And 8's going to have to go to the Twins. So what would the Braves give up that the Twins would want, especially when both teams would be considered sellers in this scenario? Thank you for the hearts, by the way. Appreciate that. So if we're looking for 8, that would make sense for them to trade. Dylan Lee as a reliever, middle relief guy, 3 years of control. He could go to the Rangers, and the Rangers could pivot and do that. But he's a controllable asset. I don't think the Braves would need to move him. If you're looking for guys that are close to their contracts expiring, let's see if there's a easy match there for the Braves to get out of. Pierce Johnson, nobody really moves the needle here. Osuna, nobody really fits the bill there for 1 year left either. 2 years left. Jurickson Profar, he's not postseason eligible right now. And he's seen too much as a negative asset on this site. Once the season is over, I think he'll go back to a net neutral contract. I don't think anybody's taken Ronaldo Lopez, though. Acuna has, of course, way too much value, and then you get right back to where we were with Dylan Lee, Bryce Elder category, those types of things. I think they would prefer to trade Elder over Lee, but, you know. Let's say the Rangers, I don't think they would do a prospect back, because the whole point of this trade is to get the prospects in this deal. If they wanted the top 100 guy, though, this could make some sense. Trade Dylan Lee. Hold on. Do they have a compensation? They do not. It was the Twins that had the compensation pick. So they could do the compensation pick. Could have sworn that was right around. Yeah, it is. They just don't have it all the way spelled out. Anyway, that doesn't make sense, but okay. So the reason why they would include this pick is if they identified Rosario as the piece that they really want, since he's already established as a top 100 piece, instead of getting that compensation pick, they've identified the player they would rather have than the pick. So then you trade him to the Twins. Twins are about 3 over. Braves are a couple under. That's pretty close. So to finish off this deal, Castro would make sense. Castro would make a lot of sense, actually. I think the trade's getting a little too big, though, at this point. Say you did Castro to the Rangers. Rangers can only acquire 6. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So round 3, they could do, I don't know, Chris Paddock, no. He's got value left. Austin Martin as a failed piece could go to the Braves to round out the deal. Braves end up trading Riley, Olson, Lee, and Cash. They get Walcott, Osuna, Young, and Martin. 3 pieces that immediately go onto their major league roster. And then, of course, they have the future in Walcott. The Twins, they trade Duran, Bader, a compensation pick, and Martin. They're getting Dreiling, Davio, and Rosario. So Rosario would be their big piece that they're getting back in this deal. That's pretty close. And then let's just, for salary reasons, let's go ahead and head it back over here just to round out the deal. We're sending that one to Texas. They're sending Lee to Texas. And Texas is sending Dreiling to the Twins, Rosario to the Twins, who's the 4th piece that I'm missing? Martin from the Twins goes to the Braves. Martin. Where are you? There he is, all the way down at the bottom. So financially, just to have it make sense, missing one more. Rosario, Davio. I'm missing Davio, aren't I? Prospects. There he is. To the Twins. There we go. 3 prospects. Savings. Twins get the 6, 9, and 29. Rangers get 5 players that helped them out this year. And the 36th pick in the draft. Braves get Walcott, Young, Osuna, and Martin. And as far as value, we're all pretty close. Looks like the draft is just getting started here. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Draft is underway. He is having his opening remarks there. Blue Jays interested in Zach Gallen. I told you guys they needed an ace. That would make some sense. Bader shouldn't cost too much. Like you said there, Heel, it's only 3. But that would be your Sebastian Walcott trade. That would make sense. Is this overly likely? Heck no. But it'd be what I would do. If I was the GM of the Twins, would I do it? If Rosario comes back the way he was before he got injured, or comes back stronger like sometimes they do after this type of surgery, I would say yes for Rosario. So basically Rosario would be your piece for Duran, and then Dreiling would kind of be your over the top. And then you're giving up the pick. DeVio, Martin kind of wash out there. I'm going to go ahead and post it. That way you guys, if you follow along on baseball trade values, you guys can post your comments on it. I think the money pretty well equals out. The reason, again, why we're adding 15 mil is because the new calculator over on Spotrac kind of equates and shows you how much tax space they will have. The Rangers would lose about 7 mil in space. They would have about 2 mil left. That's assuming their calculations are correct. CY can be aggressive. I think he will be extremely aggressive in this market. I mean, you look at the standings right now, as the Storm looks like it's picking up again. Hopefully it doesn't knock out Power again. But you look at this, the trade deadline, the teams that you expect to be aggressive on the market. Tigers, they might add a piece or two, but nobody of impact. Astros, they don't have the financial wherewithal to do it. They're not going to add much. They don't have much to trade. Blue Jays, I think, could look for an ace like a Zach Gallen, but they don't have much to trade outside of something like that for like a controllable piece. They aren't going to be players like that. Red Sox have the financial wherewithal to go that way after trading away Rafi Devers, but I don't think they will. They've been notoriously cautious spending money. I just don't think they're made for that kind of spending spree or trading away the prospect capital even further after the trades they've made. Seattle certainly isn't going to go high on budget here. New York obviously will. I think they will certainly add a starting pitcher. Is it a controllable starter like a Joe Ryan? I doubt. I think the more likely option is they go for one of those expiring starting pitchers, starting aces. But just imagine if they did get a Joe Ryan, that would be a great get for them, because then next year they have a rotation that features Garrett Cole, Rodon, Fried, and Joe Ryan. You figure out your 5 spot, Luis Heel, Clark Schmidt, etc. Sounds like the heavens are opening up out there now. I am in East Texas, if you guys are wondering where the storm is located. Very far away from where the damage was done down in Kerrville. Thoughts are with everybody in that community who still is dealing with the issues of rain and flooding issues, recovery efforts, and all the rain that's been going on above them eventually drains that direction, so hopefully they don't get hit again by another flash flood at some point, although they've historically been hit by a lot of them. Astros are weird. They always pull something out of nowhere. The more I think about the Astros have become the Randy Orton of baseball. '09 heel Orton equals 2017 Astros. '09 Orton was next level heel. He was one of the best heels in the business. Ever. But as far as looking at the rest of the teams who are going to be, serious buyers at the deadline, on the NL side, I think the Dodgers don't really buy here at the deadline so much as block at the deadline. I think the Cubs are going to be looking for an ace. I don't think they're necessarily going to be committing to the bullpen unless they can't find the ace of their liking. Mets, I think, are looking for more of a 7th, 8th inning option. I think they're looking for a utility infielder, third base option, somebody who can play the outfield as well. And then, of course, their biggest need, to me, is still an ace. Brewers are never in that type of a trade window, if you will. Phillies are certainly looking for back of the bullpen help. Padres aren't looking for aren't looking for big salary trades, but they would be interested in something for a controllable asset that doesn't add a lot of salary to them. Nationals are on the clock for the first pick. Legend killer Randy Orton equals is the Astros when they started legendary teams like the Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers. Yeah, that moniker does kind of fit there. Let's go ahead and head over to our prospect rankings as we entered the draft according to MLB.com. Ethan Holiday they have as the 1, but it sounds like Cade Anderson could likely be the guy if they go pitcher. Number 2, left-handed pitcher out of Louisiana State. And Jeff Passan says they go with the shortstop Eli Willits. Eli Willits. His name has certainly gained a lot of traction from this morning. I saw a couple of articles from Bob Nightingale that said that Eli Willits, with the change of management there in Washington, that Willits' name was getting a lot more traction there, but it was still more likely they would go with Cade Anderson, and they end up going with Willits. We'll go ahead and read the scouting report here. Willits comes from a baseball family with father Reggie playing in the big leagues before coaching the Yankees and returning to his alma mater as an associate head coach of Oklahoma, where Eli's brother Jackson is starring as a sophomore. Willits also is committed to the Sooners, but is unlikely to get to Norman because he's a slam dunk early first rounder. No kidding, number 1 overall, after reclassifying, like Cooper Flagg did in the NBA, to the 2026 class. From the 2026 class. He draws some comparisons to Anthony Volpe with better physical tools at the same stage. He'll likely be the youngest true prospect in the 2025 crop at 17 years, 7 months as of literally today. In 3 years at Fort Cobb Broxton High School, he won 6 state Class B championships, 3 in the fall, 3 in the spring. Switch hitter, proficient on the left side, exceedingly polished at the plate for his age, has outstanding bat-to-ball skills, making consistent line drive contact while rarely straying from the strike zone. He may never have more than the average raw power, but his hitting ability should be enough to tap into provide to 15 homers a season. Willits has a nonstop motor, instincts to get the most out of his tools, plays quicker than his speed, and earns solid grades for his arm and defensive play at short. Shortstops won't be surprised to become plus as he's developed. There's no reason he shouldn't stay at short long time and profile well in center field as well, should he not stick there. So Eli Willits goes number 1. They're showing 6 former high school prospects who went number 1 overall. Willits, Jackson Holiday, Royce Lewis, Carlos Correa, Alex Rodriguez, and Chipper Jones in years past. Joins an impressive group of players. But it is a little bit of a surprise at number 1, as John Heyman just says. Eli Willits goes number 1 overall. Angels currently on the clock. Let's see, do they stick with chalk, or now that Anderson's available, Do they go Anderson? There was not a consensus ranking here, though, for who would be the number one this year. There was a lot of rumors around Holiday, a lot of rumors around Anderson. Willits was entering the conversation, but before the front office changeover was not seen as overly likely. We watched the draft, what was it, in 2023 together here at the Upside, and that whole draft was absolutely beautiful, the way they presented it at the Fort Worth Stockyards. This one still looks pretty cool, but not quite as cool as that one. I will say Texas still did it better. You want Ethan Holiday on the Astros or Rangers? He ain't going to go that far. Astros, I think, draft, what, 20s? Rangers draft 12. Now, the Rangers will draft early this year, but they're more looking at high school prep shortstops that kind of fit this same description here as Eli Willits. Billy Carlson, JoJo Parker, Kyson Witherspoon, Steele Hall, Daniel Pierce, Kaysen Cunningham. I think it's probably the group that they're looking at, but it sounds like they will be drafting a shortstop. Pick is in for the Angels. I think the Rangers are Daniel Bryan in 2023. I'm hoping they're a little bit more staying power than that. I wish you could trade up in MLB. Imagine that for the deadline. Absolutely. I get why they kept previous regimes from doing that kind of a thing. You're worried about teams trading away their entire futures for prospects that may never get there, or trading away prospects that might help keep them competitive in years to come, rather than and keep them away from keeping older players on their roster, keeping young talent on each team. But you were saving front offices from themselves. So this day and age, I don't think you have that problem. I don't think there's a front office or an owner that would knowingly do those kinds of things. And what a surprise here. The Angels are going Tyler Bremner. This has got to be a pre-draft deal. Bremner. Number 18. Goes number 2 overall. I mean, UC Santa Barbara, in their backyard, goes number 2. Wow. This is a bit of a surprise, but they have to have a pre-draft deal locked in with him and with another piece as well. Well underslot deal you'd imagine here for the Angels. They've been doing this kind of thing as well in recent years. Rest in peace to his career, had to be you, kid. With the way the Angels have treated their prospects in recent years, I understand the comment, but they've done better-ish in the last year and a half with Ron Washington there. Ever since Ohtani's literally been out of town, they finally started to act a little bit more reasonably there. Still not saying that they should have kept Manassian anyway, because that was complete organizational malpractice for the better part of 2+ years before that. But at least he's being a little bit more solid in his development process, I suppose you could say. Although rushing Shanuel, rushing Neto, I would not have done. Number 2 pick here, Tyler Bremner, right-handed pitcher, UC Santa Barbara. Fastball grades out at a 65, control 55, changeup a 65 as well. So as a fastball changeup specialist, gotta hope he's going to be a starter if you're drafting him at this spot here. In his first 2 years at Santa Barbara, Bremner has slid back and forth between starting and relieving, finding success in both roles in 24 to put up gaudy numbers. Began the year in a rotation, but moved to the bullpen when Hudson Barrett got hurt. He was put back in the rotation when Matt Enger struggled, helping his team reach and host a regional. He hasn't taken a step forward this year, as many have expected, knocking him from the top of draft conversations. So the conversation around Jace Laviolette, how he kind of was the expected number 1 pick going into this draft season, how he kind of fell down. Same kind of thought process here for Tyler Bremner. Expected to go higher. You're banking on the ability, makeup of a guy rather than performance on the field. Entering the spring, there was hope that Bremner would continue to show the makings of 3+ pitches, but it hasn't worked out that way. Fastball still averaging 95 and touching 98 with good ride, lighting up the radar gun with little effort, with some feeling there's more room for growth and velocity in pro ball. His best secondary offering is easily his plus changeup, with scouts rate to have they're close to a 70 grade on it. He'll throw it to any hitter in any count, and it stays on the fastball plane for a long time, with late, hard fade, missing bats at a 46% whiff rate. That's nice. One of his bigger issues this spring has been the 86 to 88 slider, with gyro type shape has backed up. He struggled to throw it for strikes, and he's been more of a 2-pitch pitcher. Yikes, that's not what you like to hear from a starter. Bremner is still answering questions about durability, as this is his first full season of starting, but he's generally around the strike zone and is capable of missing bats with all 3 offerings. Even with some of the question marks this spring, he is still firmly in the first round picture. Okay, so keeping in mind that this is going to be a pre-draft deal, solidifying his, future there, I don't love it for the Angels, even the selection here. You need pitching at some point, so I guess from that standpoint it makes sense. And once you get out of the first 10 picks anyway, you get to a lot of guys like this, but you're really banking a lot on very little durability, only 1 full season of pitching, starting even, and a plus fastball and a plus changeup. So at the very least, you're hoping you had a high-end reliever, but at number 2 overall, you're hoping for a little bit better than that. Number 3 is the Mariners. Their pick is in. Yeah. I don't think Mike Trout moves, though, Heel. So MLB.com, this is their site that they have on their screen right now as well. Number 5 is off the board. Number 18 is off the board. And you still have the top 2 available prospects sitting there. This could be a heck of a day for guys that might be sitting later on in the draft, getting really nice deals. Michael, it's the Angels. They don't care. Why should we? Well, I care about the younger players being treated right in an organization. I think this is going to put incredible pressure on the young man to be able to compete. And if they rush him to the big league, since he is a college pitcher, like they did with Shanuel and Neto, he's going to flame out so fast. Cade Anderson. Finally, we get a consistent pick here. Mariners have tons of position player prospects coming, highly valued ones, and now we get what to me was likely to be the number 1 pick. Cade Anderson goes number 3 to the Mariners. 21 years old, out of Louisiana State. Celebrated a birthday a week ago. Fastball changeup at 60, but all plus pitches though. Curveball, slider. Control is even a good one. According to MLB.com, this is kind of their write-up on him. Anderson had Tommy John in April of 22 and missed his Louisiana high school senior season with the following spring. Louisiana State eased him back into action last year as a midweek starter and a weekend reliever before he became the best pitcher in college baseball and possibly number 1 overall this year. He led the Tigers to a national championship, LSU anyway, where he won most outstanding player accolades at the College World Series after allowing 1 run in 17 innings over 2 starts, including 1 shutout in the finals. He led NCAA Division I with 180 strikeouts in 119 innings and finished 3rd with 12 victories. He was on that same pitching staff, I believe, with Paul Skeens a couple of years ago. Anderson's fastball plays much better than his velocity, sitting 92 to 94, touching 97, because it carries past bats up in the strike zone. He's used upper 70s downer curveball as his main breaking pitch as a freshman, but now favors a high spin mid-80s slider with the makings of a plus offering. So he's kind of still adding some to his repertoire. He also employs a mid-80s changeup with fade and sink. That's nice. That has become a true weapon that he's used more often. Quick arm, athletic delivery, Anderson provides plenty of strikes. There's still projection remaining in his slender 6'2 frame and his uptick on his stuff. This spring could make him a frontline starter. He also comes with a high floor as a lefty with 4 effective options or offerings and pitchability. One thing you never want to hear a pitcher described as is a pitchability first type of player. And it's good that he has 4 offerings that are considered before you get to the value of pitchability, that he knows how to throw strikes, knows how to get outs. That's usually what pitchability means. But here the Rockies are on the clock right now, and Ethan Holiday is sitting there on the clock. His dad, of course, played for the Rockies. He's sitting there on the board for the Rockies to take. This has got to be a slam dunk Ethan Holiday pick to the Rockies, you'd think, right? As they're talking to Ethan Willits right now. They have a fine team, and I wish they would do better, but it's like trying to communicate with your toxics. Eventually, you have to just stop caring about them, and but you wish them well. I get that, but to me, the Angels are... There's some really bad correlations I could make to them, but what's the cleanest one I could go with? It's like if I forever was the smartest guy in the classroom, but never did the homework, never showed up to class on time, never did any of the assignments right, and did everything wrong. I graduate high school by the skin of my teeth, and I'm sitting around on my couch for 17 years. And I've made 1.5 million mistakes in my life, and then finally I realize I've made 1.5 million mistakes in my life, and I finally start doing the right thing. I think that's kind of where the Angels are at right now. Ethan doesn't want to be a Rocky in 2025 for sure. It's going to be a while until they're competitive, but if they make the right selection, which should be Ethan Holiday here, and then they continue to develop talent and not rush it to the big leagues, not squander it with aging veterans on minor league deals and block playing time for those guys, I think that's the way they're going to go here. Now, I still think they need pitching, but to me, you have to develop hitting first if you're in Colorado. If you're drafting a starting pitcher, they have so much of an uphill climb just to be productive in Colorado, whereas just to be productive in another market would be half as difficult because of the climate that you're playing in. So that's why I wouldn't draft a starting pitcher if I'm the Rockies. The only time I'd be drafting starting pitchers is late in the draft. Lottery tickets, high ceiling, low floor, high risk, high reward type players. But most of the time, I'm going to be drafting guys who have shown a track record of success, or signing guys that have shown a track record of success at the major league level and paying for it at the major league level. I'd rather draft and develop the offensive talent because that's the easier thing to do, especially in Colorado. But they've struggled at that over the last 6-7 years. You'd think with Ethan Holiday that it'd be a little bit different, and it is Ethan Holiday that has been selected. Jeff Passan passing that one along. So the number 1 prospect, the number 2 prospect are now off the board. Instead, they go number 4 for the top prospect, Ethan Holiday, and number 3 for Cade Anderson, the top pitching prospect this season. Wow. I believe St. Louis is next. He was definitely going to go to one of his dad's former teams here. Let's go ahead and look at Ethan Holiday. 18 years old. Born in 2007, and he's 6'4", so he's going to be a big shortstop. Probably going to end up at third base if I had to guess, just based off of his height. Only way I think he sticks is if he's kind of like a Corey Seager, just based off of his height. Hit tool is at a 50. Power is a 65. That's nice. Run at a 50. Arm is a 55. Fields at a 50. Overall, a 60 grade. The write-up on him. Ever since Jackson Holiday went number 1 in 2022 draft, he has told people that his younger brother is better than he was at the same stage. Ethan is more physical, powerful than Jackson, and much more closely resembles their father, the 7-time All-Star Matt. Both brothers scuffled out of the showcase circuit entering their draft years, but while Jackson was considered a second-round talent at that point, Ethan is a leading candidate to be taken number 1 in July. So Jackson kind of elevated himself. Ethan was already supposed to be there. Wonder if the pedigree from the family also fits that standpoint as well. So how much is Ethan the player versus, and that's exactly who they show on the screen, is Corey Seager, is who they're comparing him to as far as size, power. The comp is there. Gatorade's Oklahoma Player of the Year. Holiday may have the most usable left-handed power in the draft and generates it with little effort. Still adding to his 6'4" frame, so he's still growing. He already has plenty of strength and easy left-handed swing with plenty of bat speed and leverage. He tried to do too much when he got pitched around on the circuit last summer, leading to some swing and miss concerns, but he should develop into at least an average hitter with 35 homer pop and plenty of walks. So maybe not a 300 average hitter, it sounds like. We're probably talking a 280, 270 hitter with 35 home runs, and if he goes above that, obviously would be great news. But in Colorado, you got to think those numbers play up a little bit too. Holiday moves well for his size and has average speed, though he probably loses a step as he continues to mature physically. He has nice actions and solid arm strength at shortstop, but he won't cover enough ground to stay there on the long-term basis. So his range is somewhat limited. Oklahoma State recruit projects better as a slugging third baseman and could be a quality defender on the hot corner. So maybe defensively you could think of maybe a Nolan Arenado type. Or a shortstop that moves to third, a Manny Machado. Although I think this kid's going to be a little taller. If I'm Ethan, I'd like to be the Cardinals. The Cardinals do a nice job of developing pieces, I will say that. Here's the good news, Ethan. Maybe the Rockies can get it together before you're called up. I think they will. He's only, 18? So we're talking about him getting it together by, 2028? When he gets up to the big leagues? Somewhere in there? So he's got time. In a perfect world, Orioles and Rockies would meet each other in the World Series. Evan versus Jackson, Holiday maybe in 2030 or so. That might be a little early for the Rockies. I'd say probably 2032, if that were to happen. Pick is in for the Cardinals. We've seen two really big surprises with the 1 and 2 picks so far. Ethan Willits, the number 5 prospect, according to MLB.com, goes number 1. Got to think that's a below-slot deal. The change in the front office there really facilitating this move. And then we'll see who they draft later on. Definitely a agreed-upon deal at number 2, though, with Bremner going to the Angels. Got to think they're going to draft somebody higher up on this board that has signability questions. So the next best piece on this board, according to MLB.com, is Seth Hernandez, 19-year-old pitcher. Jamie Arnold, the next best bat. Shortstop Arquette, shortstop Billy Carlson. And it looks like the Cardinals are going with Liam Doyle, number 8 prospect, college pitcher. So they're having a little bit of a college pitcher fest up here. Anderson and Doyle going early. Surprised some of the high school arms aren't going here. Those are a little bit riskier, but every now and again you get one that's prolific. Let's look at Doyle. 21 years old, 75 fastball. That's an elite fastball. 55 slider, 55 cutter, 55 split. Control comes and goes, it sounds like. You wouldn't mind Billy Carlson. I think he's got a real chance to be a real player down the line. Out of all the prospects I was reading up on, he was probably one of my top 3 that I thought had legitimate futures on at Major League Baseball, no matter where they're drafted. All right, let's look at the Doyle here. Looking at some of his highlights. Pretty good player. All right. Doyle was Coastal Carolina's most effective starter as a freshman in 23 and then filled the same role for Mississippi last spring. Averaged 13.7 strikeouts per 9, which would have ranked 13th in NCAA Division I behind 2023 first-rounders if he hadn't fallen an inning shy of qualifying. The 25 Southeastern Conference Pitcher of the Year led D1 in strikeout rate, 15.4 per 9 after transforming himself again and headlining Tennessee's rotation, vaulting himself into top 5 pick consideration. If I had to say anything about his strikeouts from the highlights I'm watching, the arm actions don't remind me of Chris Sale, but the strikeouts, the emotion on the mound, remind me of a young Chris Sale. That kind of fits. Cardinals needed pitching, and if he can get to the majors in, say, a year and a half, I think wouldn't be out of the question. He could be in their starting staff in 2027. Pittsburgh is on the clock next, number 6. Let's finish off this Doyle. Doyle's success centers around primarily on his fastball, which sat 91 and 94 during his sophomore season, now operates in mid-90s and peaks at 100. It has been the most untouchable heater in college baseball this year, coming out of a high release point and exploding at the top of the zone. And he topped D1 by finishing 105 strikeouts with the pitch. His 82 to 85 mile an hour slider has become a solid offering, but leaves it in the middle of the plate too often. So control on that slider will be a focus for him, which also has an issue with his upper 80s cutter. While he throws his fastball nearly 2/3 of the time, Doyle has 4 effective pitches after switching to an upper 80s splitter as a changeup. Despite his dominance this spring, there are concerns about his ability to succeed as a starter at the next level because of the unorthodox delivery, Chris Sale, although it's different than Chris Sale to me, and throws with maximum talent, or maximum intent. So max effort kind of a guy. He does provide consistent strikes and has held his stuff deep into games and throughout the season. So his consistency is still there, even with the unorthodox delivery, is what it sounds like. You're thinking Houston for Seth Hernandez? He ain't getting that far. Let's see. Pittsburgh is next. Marlins after that. Blue Jays at 8. Reds at 9 would be your next 4 picks here. I do like this pick for the Cardinals. I think he immediately becomes their best pitching prospect. Looking at their farm system, just to kind of see what they even have. You got Quinn Matthews at AAA right now. 4.43 ERA, 40 innings. Walks are a major concern. 39 walks. Yikes. Outside of the walks, everything else is fine, but those walks are untenable. So I'd imagine he probably finishes the year at AAA. Once he gets those walks down, he probably will be in the rotation next year. Hence is their next pitcher that they have in their top 10. AA, 3 starts, a 4 ERA. Hasn't pitched much there, but so far the numbers are promising. I would probably say Doyle immediately becomes their top pitching prospect, even before Quinn Matthews. Then, of course, you have J.J. Weatherholt, number 1. Sarah, if you're with us, talking a little Cardinals for you. Pirates are next. To me, this has to be, I don't know, looking at their farm system, there's nobody here that really jumps off the page as a bona fide, linchpin of their organization from an offensive standpoint. They thought Tamar Johnson was going to be that. I don't think they still view him that way. So I think this has to be offense. Manfred is at the podium, and the pick is Seth Hernandez. They go pitcher again. I'm not saying anything against Seth Hernandez. I just think the pick Doesn't make sense for the needs of the organization. And I know you don't want to draft for need, but you want to draft best player available. He is the best player on the board. But is the difference between Seth Hernandez and Arquette, Seth Hernandez and Billy Carlson that much that you have to take Seth Hernandez there? He is a Vanderbilt commit. High school pitcher. Does he sign? Are there signability concerns? All of those enter my mind here with this pick. But you got to be high on him. Let's go ahead and take a look at who this pitcher is that they're getting. 19 years old, 6'4" pitcher, 70 fastball, 60 curve, 60 changeup, and good control. So his stuff is there. So if say you go over the slot with him, maybe, because you really like who this pitcher is, and you're Pittsburgh, you don't really value offense that much, it sounds like. You think if I can build out the pitching staff as deep as I can, maybe I can stay competitive and win with this mindset here. Maybe their thought process is down the line, if we were to trade a Paul Skeens, this guy could take over as the number one in the rotation. We use the pieces from Skeens to build our offense. That's a possibility. Because they haven't had a lot of success developing offense. So if that's the thought process, you're worried about being unable to develop a good hitter, you go pitcher here. He's literally pitching like Trout. That makes sense. I will agree with you there. Wonder how many of these guys get moved to the bullpen. I'd say probably half of them usually do. More than half, honestly. All right, let's kind of read up on him. On the radar for quite some time, Hernandez started making it clear as a junior when he won National High School Invitational MVP honors after tossing a complete game to help his team win the tournament, that he'd be a top high school arm in the class of 2025. He cemented it by showing elite stuff at the summer showcase events like the USA Basketball's 18U National Training Camp and the Area Code Games, when positioned himself as the best overall arm in the class with a strong spring that included another masterpiece at the NHSI. Hernandez has an ideal projectable 6'4" pitcher frame with athleticism teams love to see in young power arms. Always on time with an online and loose delivery, Hernandez has the big stuff and a feel for all four pitches. While he's top triple digits at the Area Code Games, he typically sits mid-90s, touching 97, 98. Best secondary offering is his changeup, is plus right now, thrown with a lot of confidence and missing bats with it, thanks to its good action and how it plays off his fastball playing well. His curve, a true 12-6 spike curveball, has a chance to be a plus with hard, tight, late action to it, including registering RPMs in the 3,000 range. He started featuring a harder slider more on the showcase circuit, so he's still learning new pitches, those kinds of things. In addition to pure stuff, Hernandez does a solid job finding the zone, especially considering his age and power stuff. That's true for most high school pitchers. They struggle finding the strike zone quite a bit. Committed to Vanderbilt, he gets very high marks for his work ethic, showing the ability to make adjustments and corrections to put himself in a position to be one of the first pitchers taken in the 2025 draft. Okay. So the only way this pick makes sense for me is if the Pirates are thinking something down the line with Paul Skeens. Either that or just building purely through the pitching staff and living with whatever offense they can somehow muster. Marlins due up next. Anthony, your Marlins about to go here. Do they go under slot here? Do they have a pre-draft deal worked out with somebody? Arnold, the best pitcher left on the board. Arquette, Carlson, the next couple of hitters, and then you get into a lot of the prep shortstops. And we have a fair amount of Rangers fans in this chat. We got about, 5 picks away. They've been connected quite a bit to JoJo Parker. They have to already be preparing to trade Skeens in the future. I would think so, because I don't think Skeens would sign a long-term deal, and they couldn't afford it even if they were. So I would think Skeens would have to be on the market here sometime in the next year. or at least the thought process would have to start going. Not saying it's traded within the next 365 days, but I think the ball has to get rolling in that direction inside of the next year. And it is the next best hitter here in Arquette, shortstop out of Oregon State. College bat, going to be up at the big leagues relatively soon. Surprising they went with somebody over the age of 20. Welcome in, Nando. Welcome in, Sarah. Sarah, we were just talking about you. I was wondering if you were watching. I love the pick for your Cardinals as well. I think he immediately becomes your best pitcher in your system. Even better. I forgot his name already. What was his number 2? Quinn Matthews. That was it. I would put Doyle above Matthews in your system already. Avia Arquette goes to the Marlins, though. Scammer Scott got to be the worst closer. Ouch. What, did he blow another one? Let's go ahead and read up a little bit on the number 7 pick here. Arquette. Let's see here. 21 years old, 6'5", 50 hit tool, 55 power, 60 arm. As a Hawaiian prep standout, Arquette's athleticism, he also played basketball in high school, stood out in the summer showcase circuit, and he landed in the Pipeline's top 250. The D-backs took him in the 18th round of 2022, but headed to the University of Washington after playing sparingly with the Huskies as a freshman, earned Pac-12 all honors. After finishing with a 959 OPS as a sophomore over the summer, the infield entered the transfer portal and played well in Cape Cod League and transferred to Oregon State for his junior season, where he has been one of the most consistent college performers. Okay. Scouts see a 6'5", 220-pound Arquette as the best college player in the Pacific Northwest this year and one of the best college hitters in the country, whilst minor wrist surgery, yikes, cut into his fall with his new school. The right-handed hitter showed his easy, raw power to tap into and more to come and use it in games consistently. So that power he's getting into, that's nice. He routinely barrels the ball with good bat speed and fluid swing, giving him a chance to be an above-average hitter and above-average power. He could sit 20-25 home runs annually as a big leaguer. While Arquette is an average runner and played second base at Washington, he showed in the Cape that he should have the chops to play shortstop long-term with easy action, soft hands, and more than enough arm to carry at every angle across the diamond. College bats with pop at a premium position are always a hot commodity, so Arquette should get plenty of attention in the first round. Clearly, he gets the attention here of the Miami Marlins. I love Weatherholt too. Yes, I love Weatherholt, but I was talking about pitching. I think Doyle, probably fits right behind Weatherholt as your Weatherholt number 1 in your system. I think Doyle's going to be right behind him, though. So, we got to talk about this pick here for the Marlins, because this kind of changes things around Sandy Alcantara as well. Remember the thought process, the trade deadline last year, and the offseason this year, and at the trade deadline here, the thought process has been they're looking for 20 and under bats first that are nowhere close to AA, that aren't above AA. They don't want guys that are going to come in and make an impact on the Major League team now. Is this a change in philosophy based off of Stowers coming, kind of finding his groove there on that team? The pitching that they have already there, maybe they don't sell completely. Maybe they hold on to a Cabrera, trade away Alcantara, and they roll with a rotation next year of Perez, Cabrera, and a few others. And then Arquette would be at the Major League level probably late next year. They still have Stowers. And then if they did trade Alcantara, maybe they go for more, AA guys at that point. Does this change the return for a Sandy Alcantara? That's my thought process here. I'm just wondering, because that's been the thought process for over a year and a half now. Is this a changing of philosophy there in Miami? They struggle developing hitting talent, so maybe they take a college guy here because they struggle so much at it. Is this a sign of their lack of faith in their development of minor league hitting? That they believe their pitching is always going to be what they can develop? So get the better college hitter first rather than a guy who's unproven as a high schooler? Just food for thought there. Does this change what the return could be for Sandy Alcantara for the Miami Marlins. Blue Jays are up next, and the pick is in. Where do you go if you're the Blue Jays? To me, you got the extension done with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You're looking for some stability going forward. I'd probably be looking for either a college bat or a college arm here. I don't think I'd be looking for a project because you got the extension done with Guerrero. Manfred is up and announcing the pick here. And they go JoJo Parker. They go the high school route. That's very interesting. Does this mean that they're still thinking maybe of an extension here for Bo Bichette? Even on a short-term basis, say a 3 to 5 year deal? Then you bring up JoJo Parker thereafter? Purvis High School prospect out of Mississippi. 18 years old, 6'2", 200. Heel, you didn't want JoJo Parker for the Rangers? Well, he goes earlier here to the Blue Jays. 60 hit tool, 55 power, 55 arm. The Parker twins are the best high school position prospects in Mississippi. Outfielder Jacob, more raw pop, but infielder JoJo offers more enticing package with superior hitting ability and athleticism, and has played his way into the top 10 picks of the strong senior season that earned him Gatorade State Player of the Year accolades. Multiple scouts have compared him to a more powerful version of Carter Johnson, an Alabama prep shortstop who signed with the Miami Marlins well above slot 2.8 as a second rounder last July. Parker has a chance to be a plus hitter with 20-25 home runs per season, has a sound left-handed swing, manages the strike zone well, and employs gap-to-gap approach. He shows some of the feel for driving balls in the air and is posting more impressive exit velocities as he continues to gain muscle. So obviously not a pre-slot draft deal here either. He's probably going to sign at or above slot if I had to guess here. While Parker will get a chance to play shortstop at the next level with his solid arm strength, his action and quickness are just average. That likely will dictate his move to second or third in the future, though he should provide enough offense to profile well at either position. The Twins are committed to playing together at Mississippi State if they don't turn pro. I would guess that he's going to turn pro. Not a bad get here for Toronto. Jamie Arnold now clearly the best player left on the board. College pitcher, left-hander. Your next best is clearly Billy Carlson. A little bit surprised Parker went before Carlson here. Reds are up next. Then it'll be the White Sox, the A's, and then those Rangers. Rangers have been committed to this group of prep shortstops here. Would not be surprised if they ended up getting one of these guys. I think Carlson, the floor for him is supposedly the Rangers. Got about 20 of you guys with us. Thank you so much for sticking with us this long. We'll be live with you guys probably for the majority of the first round here. We'll get into some we'll get into some trade talk here inside of the next probably 5 picks or so, and keep following along with the draft as we go. Do the power rankings thereafter, and kind of wrap up with a little bit more trade talk after that. Showing highlights while they interview Ethan Holiday right now on the MLB Network. Let's update these standings now that games have gone final. I think is there still one game going on? Or are they all over? The Dodgers and Giants are in the 11th. And the Braves and Cardinals are in a delay. Everybody else is done for the first half. Okay. All right, so you're the Reds. You need an outfielder. Ike Irish. Year and a half away. You need an outfielder this year, so maybe you go for a rental this year, and eventually Irish could be the guy. You go for another pitcher and take Jamie Arnold. I don't think they're past adding pitchers at this point. Did you go one of the prep shortstops? Trade Ellie De La Cruz down the line. If the Rangers can draft Carlson, they can wait till Simeon contract ends and play Carlson at second. I think that's a possibility. I'm kind of thinking they're going to go pitcher. I'm not convinced the Reds have enough pitching yet. Looking at their farm system, you got Burns, Louder, then you got a couple of bunch of position player guys that are next. Chase Petty in that group. Manfred is up there. Let's see who they go with. My guess is they go pitcher. And they go Steele Hall, a prep shortstop. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I want to read up a little bit first before we kind of make any proclamations. 17 years old, about to turn 18, 6 foot tall. 70 speed, that's nice. Power's not going to come. Hit tool's average. Fielding is above average. So you got to worry about the hit tool eventually coming through. All right. Hall's decision to reclassify for the 25 draft last November keeps looking better and better. He added 15 to 20 pounds of strength during his third year of high school while improving both offensively and defensively. He won't turn 18 until 11 days after the draft and should be the first Alabama prep middle infielder to go first round since Holloway went fourth overall in 1971. Twitchy athlete Hall has plus speed, earns top of the scale 80 grades from some evaluators. He's a lock to stay at shortstop with good actions, range on both sides, and ability to make throws at a variety of angles. He's at least a solid defender with arm strength to match, with some scouts projecting him as plus in both of those categories. Notice how we still haven't talked about any of his offense here. Hall's quick right-handed swing looks better in batting practice while he focuses on driving the ball from gap to gap than it does in games, where he gets a little long and looks to put lift and power, pitches and power. So basically, he's a good batting practice guy, has the good traits, knows what he's supposed to, gets in the moment, and tries to do too much. That'll get out of his system as he gets older and learns. The Tennessee recruit is a bit of a free swinger, so he struggles identifying pitches out of the hand. Who struggles to recognize secondary pitches. He still has room to add more strength and should be at least an average hitter with 25 15 home run pop and perhaps more if he can moderate his approach. Basically, if he takes that batting practice swing and puts it into game, makes more contact, that's what they're counting on. So they see that he has the tools, he just needs to apply it in game, is their thought process. 37 games, hits .484, 8 homers, 33 stolen bases. I think this guy's going to end up being a light-hitting shortstop, unfortunately. He's so young, though, it's tough to tell. If the bat comes through, the thought process there has to be, what do you do long-term with Ellie De La Cruz? If Ellie can't stick at shortstop anyway, you're going to have to move him over to first or third. Maybe your thought process, Ellie probably can't handle it defensively down the line, so this guy takes over the position in, say, 3-4 years from now. That's got to be the thought process, right? Is that Ellie is not the long-term answer at short? I don't think that portends a trade for Ellie De La Cruz, but I do think it portends what his career could look like in 3 or 4 years is no longer at shortstop. That's very telling about what they think about their own player on their major league roster. Because if this guy is expected to stick and stay defensively at short, you're not taking a below-average bat, moving him off of short, his best defensive position, and putting him at second base because the bat in front of him, you're just not doing that. So Jamie Arnold still is the best player on the board, number 4. Carlson, number 7, best hitter in the draft that's left. And we've had one big reach so far. I would classify this one as a slight reach as well. Doyle would be the next one, but I think Doyle was a great pick for the Cardinals. All right, so we got the White Sox here. Pick is in. Their group was ready to hit the major leagues all at the same time here. So their wave is about to come. Look at all these guys at Double A, Triple A, and the MLB. They got some guys that are in Single A, High A. But look how many of these guys are Double A, Triple A. That wave is about to hit. So do you add to this wave, or do you add the wave that's coming after that? By that, do we add a college guy that's going to be up at the major leagues in a year and a half? Or do we add a high school guy who's 4 years away? College pitcher Jamie Arnold. I think that's probably the direction they go. Fastball slider guy. My guess for this pick for the White Sox has to be Jamie Arnold. I think his slide stops here. What do you think? White Sox go college guy, or do they go with a high school guy here? Nope. Jeff Passan just announced White Sox are going with Billy Carlson, a high school shortstop. Interesting. 70 field, 65 arm, 55 run, average hit tool. 18 years old, about to be 19 in a month, or in a couple of weeks. The 25 draft class is deep in Southern California, and Corona High School has been a regular stop all spring with 3 potential early round picks on the team that won USA Baseball's National High School Invitational last year. Carlson's skills at shortstop are on display with a variety of summer showcase events, including area code games. Major League Baseball's high school all-star game have continued to show up during his senior year to allow him to float to the top of the first round. All summer, Carlson impressed with his athleticism and bat speed from the right side of the plate. It's more of a line drive approach at present with a good swing, but he has a chance to grow into more impact in average or better power. Though not all evaluators are sold on his hit tool. There is an up arrow next to his run tool as he's worked to get faster and could be a plus runner in time. Even with all his offensive upside, his glove might be ahead of his bat, with some scouts putting as high as 70 arm strength and defensive actions at shortstop. At one point, Carlson was thought to be a legitimate two-way player with a fastball in the mid-90s and a feel for spinning a breaking ball, but it will be his 5-tool potential at a premium position that will get the Tennessee recruit selected in the top half of the first round, though his age at draft time 19 might rule out some teams. So he's kind of an older high school player. Older high school player, glove first for now, at least can hit for a decent average gap to gap. Not a lot of power, expected to get a little bit of power, but not a lot. And if it doesn't work on the position player side, you can hope and pray he still has something left as an arm. So it sounds kind of like a tweener pick to me. By that I mean you don't want to go college because you want to go with the younger option, but you don't want to go too young because you don't want a pure lottery ticket. So you want somebody with a little bit more skin in the game. So you get a little bit more of a finished product here with Carlson than some of the other high school prep guys that are in this group here. Honestly, I don't know what to make of this pick for the White Sox. I certainly don't love it, but I don't think I hate it either. I think that the only part that I do hate is it sounds like they kind of were stuck in between as far as their draft strategy. Instead of committing to one lane or the other, with this pick they tried to split the baby. And I'm not sure that's the way I would have gone. I think I would have gone the college pitcher. And if I was going for a high school guy, I would have gone for a younger player so he could be a part of that next wave. Because this, I think he's a little too old to be a part of that next wave. And if he is, he's going to be an older prospect, which isn't always a bad thing. People develop at different rates. But even with that, I just think there were other options they could have gone with. I don't know. If I had to give that one a grade, that sounds like a C, because it sounds like they really didn't have a direction with that pick. It's not the worst thing in the world, but we shall see. All right. Up to pick 11. It's going to be the A's. Do they go Jamie Arnold? Do they go Kyson Witherspoon? Ike Irish? Daniel Pierce? Of course, you have to wonder about Jace Laviolette. Where does he go? Gavin Fine's another big name that I keep hearing earlier and earlier. I wonder if the Rangers go that direction as kind of a pre-draft deal, because I have heard the Rangers on Gavin Fine to some extent. And the Rangers have done pre-draft deals before with players to sign below slots so they can draft somebody else that they value in the first or second round with their picks. And don't be surprised if we actually see some trades today, because remember, those competitive balance picks can be moved. Not just for draft trades, but to actually make trades to help their team at the deadline this year, to help them win and contend, like the trade we just made before we did the draft coverage. Manfred coming out. With the 11th pick, the Athletics take the starting pitcher, Jamie Arnold. Okay, that's a good pick for them. A lot of their pitching prospects have not worked out recently, so this is a good one for him. Hopefully he does work for him. 60 fastball, 65 slider, 50 changeup. Lefty. A little bit of a slinger. 3/4 delivery. Based off of the video I'm seeing. Yeah, he does kind of sidearm sling it. They're comparing him to Kyle Harrison with a plus breaking ball. Okay. All right, let's see what we have on him. 21 years old, just turned 21 back in March. Arnold made it clear that he was a high-end draft prospect in 2025 after turning in an outstanding sophomore season with Florida State last spring, finishing third among Division I pitchers in strikeouts, trailing only 24 first-round picks Chase Burns and Hagen Smith. Golden Spikes Award semifinalists also finished with sub-3 ERA and an impressive 159 to 26 strikeout to walk ratio, while helping the Seminoles reach the national semifinals in the College World Series. He capped things off with 4 hitless innings and 7 strikeouts for Team USA in the International Friendship Series in Chinese Taipei over the summer. A left-hander with rangy body and loose, whippy arm, Arnold has seen his stuff tick up ever since leaving Jesuit High School in Tallahassee. Coming in at a lower arm slot and flat approach angle, his fastball, which is 88 to 92 in high school, now sits 94 to 95 and touches 97. The more I hear about this guy, he sounds a lot like Chris Sale. I didn't really see that when he was pitching. I did see the lower arm angle, don't get me wrong, but I didn't see the whippy nature. Anyway, while the slider can be a little wide at times, 82 to 85 sweeping breaking ball is a second plus offering that elicited 41% miss rate, Swift weight on in 2024. Changeup his third pitch. He doesn't need it much, but has some feel for it. He's going to have to develop that pitch if he wants to be a starter, that's for sure. Arnold has shown the ability to fill up the strike zone and limit damage while maintaining his stuff deep into outings. So he has some durability. With the funky arm slot, his stuff has drawn some comparisons to, you named it, Chris Sale. A reason why his name is mentioned in conversations at the top of the first round. Well, he's going to have to develop a third pitch anyway, for sure. He's going to have to maintain health. We saw how Chris Sale has been able to maintain health in his career. I think Chris Sale has had, 2 Tommy Johns? But this still would have been the pick for me if I was the Athletics. Rangers pick is in. I know we have a fair amount of Rangers fans in our chat. Let's see. Where should we go if you're a Rangers fan? Top options include Kyson Witherspoon, Ike Irish, Daniel Pierce, Kason Cunningham. Cunningham has been probably the most commented out of those names as far as projected picks. Jace Laviolette and Gavin Fine would be the guys I'm thinking here. Few Rangers executives seem pretty happy with this selection. Fist bumping. Here comes Manfred. Who do they go with? The Rangers select Gavin Fine. Wow. I was wondering if this would be that one. So they're calling him a shortstop is what they announced him as. MLB Network on their page, or MLB.com, has him listed as a third baseman. With the struggles of Josh Young, I wonder if this is kind of the long-term plan now at third base for the Rangers with Josh Young's issues. But they're announcing him as a shortstop, so it sounds like they're going to give him a chance to play short first. Good swing approach. Looks like he played a little bit of first base for Team USA as well. Let's see. Nice easy swing. Reminds me a little bit of what he looked like, of what Josh Young looked like when he was drafted. Not what Josh Young looks like now, that's for sure. Josh Young's swing is all jacked up. Looks like he has a good arm action. 358 average in 30 games, 5 homers, 16 RBIs, 456 on base, 600 slug. So is the bat going to come? I guess would be my question. Let's go ahead and read up on him. And also got to wonder about the draft slot deal, if this is below slot because of where he was projected. .50 hit, 50 power. Pretty much all the 50s across the board here. In 2024, Dylan Fine was a switch hitting catcher from Great Oak High School, Temecula, California, who was an over-the-slot deal in the 7th round from the A's. Now it's his younger brother's turn. Gavin has a chance to go a lot earlier within his sibling, especially after a summer showcase circuit where many evaluators thought he was the best prep hitter in the class. Okay, so they do think the bat is coming, especially at that age. Okay. Fine hit everywhere he went, winning MLB develops MVP honors at MLB High School All-Star All-American game with a pair of hits and RBIs, batting .400 for Team USA in the 18 under World Cup qualifier in Panama, though a less productive spring has made some evaluators pause. He's a 6'3" right-handed hitter with plenty of bat speed who produces consistent line drives against top competition all summer. While he has an unorthodox setup with his high hands, he made it work and always is on time. But this spring he had more trouble finding his rhythm and was often late to pulling the trigger at the dish. He added some strength and there could be more power to come as he advances. So it sounds like he's starting too high. So first thing they might want to do is just see how it works, just keeping his hands high and then allowing him to drop as he goes down, as he works through. That's to me what that sounded like. Advanced strength, there could be more power as he advances. Fine's added physicality has allowed him to run better, though that's never going to be a part of his game. Committed to Texas. This does sound a lot like Josh Young. Committed to Texas, he has a chance to profile well at third base with plenty of arm. He could end up first or a corner outfield spot in the future, though there are teams that saw enough over the summer to potentially draft his bat in the first round. So it sounds like this is definitely going to be either a deal here for the Rangers. Not a big deal, but we're talking maybe a $500,000 below slot valuation. Gives them a little bit to spend elsewhere. Gives them some flexibility to take some risks late in the draft. I do like it. And it doesn't, the value here, even if you miss on a pick later, isn't so far down that it's crazy low value. Whereas Kumar Rocker, remember when they drafted him number 2 overall? His value in that draft, I think he was ranked number 23 going into that one. Very interesting. imagine he signs with the Rangers. I don't think there'll be a signability issue. Wow. That's cool. Laser engraved and immediately goes up. That's pretty sick. Gotta love that bat the bat that they're carving that into. Okay, so there's only one top 10 projected player available, Kyson Witherspoon, and then you get into the 11 through 20 range. Giants are up next. The pick is in. We'll get into some trade talk here in the next couple of picks here, as a lot of these picks are going to start to getting all very, very similar value. They go Gavin Killen. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Second baseman out of Tennessee. I think his coach is actually on the MLB Network coverage right now. 21-year-old second baseman anyway. 60 hit tool, 45 power. It's more of an average hitter, it sounds like. Displayed some of the best bat-to-ball skills in the 2022 high school class, but slid to the Red Sox in the 13th round because he was set on attending Louisville. Spent 2 years with the Cardinals, boosting his OPS from 659 to 952 as a sophomore shortstop before deciding to transfer to Tennessee. He slid back to second at the spring and established himself as one of the best hitters in the Southeastern Conference. Outstanding hand-eye coordination, quick left-handed swing, feel for the barrel, contact hitter. So this is more of an on-base guy, and when you have a bigger ballpark like San Francisco, this kind of swing can work. This could be a player that gets on in front of a Rafi Devers, gets on in front of another power hitter that they bring in. They're announcing him as a shortstop. He ain't going to stick at shortstop. His skills stand out Merstool. He's got, with his speed and arm strength both grading as average, his good actions, instincts, but the game speeds up on him, and his arm is a bit stretched at shortstop. So he'll be a second baseman. I'm sure they'll give him a try at short to develop him at short, but it sounds like he's going to move off and be much like a Gavin Lux type. Yankees suck now, and I proved the Yankees were the bad guy, but now they're overwhelmed. So what are you gonna do? And you need a new one. Insert the 2017 Astros. True. I'll agree with that one. They were kind of the evil empire for a bit there. I don't think they are that way anymore. All right. I'm sure there's a few of you guys that are very interested in these late round picks anyway, but we'll go through these picks as they get announced. But let's get into some more trade talk now. We've talked a little bit about how a lot of teams are going to make their decisions over this All-Star break. Who's going to contend? Who's not going to contend? We've talked about a lot about the arms that are going to be available. There's not a lot of aces that are out there this year. There's a lot of talent that's out there, sure, but a lot of guys in that 3 to 5 range as far as starters. A lot of guys that are middle relievers, not a whole lot of high-end guys. But those high-end guys are going to come at a premium if they get moved. Bats are even more of a struggle to find this deadline season. Rafi Devers is still probably the best bat that's going to be moved, unless the Atlanta Braves or another team surprises us and trades a controllable bat like an Austin Riley or a Matt Olson. I think those are highly unlikely to move, but those would be the bats that I think could rival that of Rafi Devers going to the Giants, or even be better than that. Alex Bregman was thought to be available if they couldn't get an extension done, and if the Red Sox entered the All-Star break going about 500 with a tough stretch of games afterward. If they didn't get the extension done, maybe they would consider moving Alex Bregman even after trading Devers. I think that conversation is completely kaput now. That's not happening. So even if they don't get an extension done, I believe Bregman finishes the season with the Boston Red Sox, and they try to work out a deal in the offseason, or he just plays on the option if he gets injured again. But either way, he's not going to be available at this deadline. So if you're looking for a bat, there's not a whole lot of places that you can go. You can probably go to the Twins, maybe get a Willie Castro. Byron Buxton's having a fantastic season when he's actually been healthy for once. That would be one of the bats I'd be looking for. Carlos Correa's hitting a little bit better this year, but that contract is a bit of an albatross for the next 5 years. The vesting options later on in that deal, though, are very nice. That is a descending vesting option every single year, and those years I think would be very affordable. But you got to get to those years first. Is a team willing to pay the piper on that deal the first few years? As far as a big-time ace, we've talked about Joe Ryan being the guy that could be available. Big time as far as the ability that he's shown this year, but he's never really been on this stage or viewed as an ace before. So does he really have it, or is this a one-hit wonder kind of a thing, or is this a flash in the pan type of a player? I think this is a player that's going to stick around. I don't think he's necessarily a sub 2.5 ERA pitcher. So do I think he's a true number one in front of like a prime Garrett Cole? No. But I do think he'd be a really solid number two in pretty much every rotation in baseball, and in some of the best rotations that are out there, say like the Garrett Cole and Max Fried Yankees for next year. I'd probably slide him in as the number three in a truly talented rotation, or the Rangers with DeGrom and Eovaldi. It's a mystery to me how Eovaldi did not get nominated to the All-Star team. By the way, a 1.58 ERA going into the All-Star break. The guy's thrown 90 innings so far, and we're instead going with guys that have only made 5 starts. I get the Miz is all kinds of the rage right now on the National League side, but there are several other guys who are more deserving in my opinion, Senga, etc., that should have been there. On the AL side, I find it hard to believe that some of the pitchers that were nominated, including Joe Ryan, are having better seasons than Nathan Eovaldi. So I'm not saying that Joe Ryan shouldn't be there. I'm just saying he should have been one of the first calls. Understandably, he took the final start before the All-Star break. He wasn't going to play in the game anyway, but he should have been nominated first. He said, thanks, appreciate the nomination. I will be unavailable to pitch because I just pitched on Sunday, but he should have at least gotten that nomination. He should be one of the ones that's attending but unable to play in the game. But we shall see. Daniel Pierce goes 14 to the Tampa Bay Rays. Shortstop. Pretty much this is about the spot where we expected him to go. Again, Wander Franco anyway for the Tampa Bay Rays. The saga continues there. He will never play again in Major League Baseball, but this is a kind of another throw of the a dart throw to kind of solve the issue there at short. Hopefully this guy eventually takes over at short for them, because they're trying 3 or 4 different players that I've seen now that they've tried to acquire to help out at that spot to fill the role that Wander Franco was supposed to be in the middle of this lineup with Junior Caminero and the rest of the young team that they had built around him. But unfortunately, it's just not going to happen due to Wander Franco's own issues. And this is another bite at the apple to solve that issue for him. So we'll see if it works this time. All right, let's get into some trade talk, shall we? We've done a couple of Rangers trades. Sarah, since you're in our chat, I want to go ahead and do a Cardinals one, something different than what we've done so far. And like I said, what if they decided to go and solve their issues in the rotation right now? They just drafted Doyle. They have the ability to go out there and make some moves here to add some starting pitching. If they said this was the year, our team is playing far better than expected, what direction could they go? I haven't really thought of this idea yet, but I'm kind of curious. How close could they get if they said, hey, Joe Ryan, you take the ball, you're our number one starter until these guys are ready to go? If they did that, what would it cost from the Cardinals? You're not including Weatherholt. Mason Wynn, you're not including. Donovan would probably have to be a consideration for the trade. Liberatore, I think you're not going to trade here either. Herrera, no. Nootbaar has been mentioned as a possibility, but he doesn't really fit the timeline for the Twins. Quinn Matthews, I think you're holding on to him. Nobody really fits here out of the deal here. So the only way I think they would be able to is if they included a Brendan Donovan. So I don't think it's going to happen. Let's go for a different ace. Let's say they go to a team like... a team like the Mariners. Now, they're not going to trade you Wu, Kirby, or Gilbert, but we've done a trade anyway where they give you Evans, who could start right now in your rotation, and a prospect as well. But what if they did give you a Gilbert? Gilbert's 2 years away from free agency. The Cardinals have long been interested in Logan Gilbert. Mariners are looking for bats. Where do they go? Well, you got Weatherholt coming. Donovan kind of fits the offense of what they're looking for in Seattle, excuse me. But I don't think they would do it. Nootbaar kind of fits the description of what the Mariners would need. Having a somewhat down year by average, that could be an interesting one as kind of your centerpiece. But then I would need some talent that comes along with it. I need starting pitching, or at least I need somebody that makes it worth giving up Logan Gilbert, and Nootbaar is not it. So, you're going to get down here into like the Rodriguez category, McGreevy category. Gorman could be another offensive piece. Do you go Arenado? I don't think so. Looks like the Red Sox pick is in. I don't think it would make sense unless you included Donovan. If you included Donovan, it would get close. And then you include, I don't know, like a Tico Roby. I don't know if I do that if I'm the Cardinals. I don't know if I do that if I'm the Mariners. So let's do a different one for your Cardinals there. Let's go to another team. Say you go to the Marlins. You've been famous with the Marlins and trades with the Marlins in recent years. Say you go for Cabrera. 3 years left to control. Probably slots in as your number 2-3 starter. Plenty of projectability in there. I don't think you would go after Nootbaar in this deal with the trade or with the decision to go with a 21-year-old for the Marlins. I think impacts this decision. Here's the announcement for the Red Sox pick, by the way. They go with Kyson Witherspoon, the number 10 prospect, right-hander out of Oklahoma. (20 years old, birthday in August, 65 fastball, 60 curveball, 60 slider, 60 cutter. Control sounds like the issue here. Okay. Scouts have followed Witherspoon Twins since high school with the Diamondbacks trying to sign Malachi to an overslot bonus as a 12th rounder in 22. Thought they had a similar stuff. Kyson since has surpassed him as a prospect after performing significantly better over time in Northwest Florida State Junior College and Oklahoma. He has much more of a starter look and should be a first-round college right-hander drafted in 2025. Witherspoon has swing and miss stuff. Peaks at 99, stands out more for its power than its life. Has a mid-80s slider, can touch 90s with great horizontal action and depth. He'll turn into an upper 80s cutter that he uses often. After showing more consistency in the low 80s downer curveball, giving him another plus offering, while an upper 80s changeup is a work in progress. That gets too firm, but will show interesting fade at times. Uses compact arm action to generate quality stuff with little effort. Athleticism mechanics have translated into improved control and command this spring. And has better location, has made it easier for him to get hitters to chase outside the strike zone. He has all the ingredients to become a frontline starter. I like that. This kind of fits the timeline for the Red Sox as well, so good pick by Boston. All right, let's finish our trade here for the Cardinals to get them a starting pitcher. If the Marlins are willing to take pieces that are in that 20 to 21 range, we need to get up to about a 23 valuation here. Say they go a young shortstop first. They go a little bit older catcher in Bernal. That gets you in the ballpark. And then to finish off the trade, we go Roby again. Would I do that deal if I'm Miami? I'd be tempted to, yeah. The Cardinals, would I be giving up Bernal, Padilla, and Roby for that return? Because there's 3 years left on his contract, I would probably lean yes. So there you go, Cardinals fans. There's your starting pitcher. I like the deal. Cardinals get a 2-3 starter for the price of what? Padilla and Bernal. Let's see where they rank in their system. Bernal number 3. Double A catcher. More of a power bat, defensive guy, that kind of thing behind the plate. Padilla, rookie ball, hitting 283. Not great numbers yet, but he's so young. Walk rate is what's really encouraging there. And the speed. You have Mason Wynn, so I don't think it's necessarily what's going to work for you. But if you hold on to Padilla, he could be the type of piece that becomes the value of a J.J. Weatherholt down the line. Is it worth it giving up that type of player that could become a Weatherholt, that could become a good pro? I think in this deal it makes sense. All right, let's do a more reasonable trade. The Rangers, as I mentioned, are a team that's looking for a little bit of offense and for an elite closer at the deadline. Twins pick is in. This will be interesting. They have a couple of highly valued outfield prospects right now, and they go with Merrick Houston, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Merrick Houston. Number 15 prospect. Goes 16 overall. 50 hit, 45 power. So glove first player with a little bit of hit. Houston wasn't a high-profile recruit, but won Wake Forest shortstop role as a freshman in 23 and helped Demon Deacons finish third in the Men's College World Series. A Cape Cod League All-Star last summer, has developed into arguably the best defensive shortstop in the draft. He overhauled his offensive approach in the fall, practicing to hit for more power in his junior season. Houston earned solid to plus grades for his quickness and arm strength, and some evaluators will even go higher than that on his ability to play shortstop. He has smooth actions, plenty of range for both sides, and should be a high-quality defender at the big league level. Should he not hit enough to merit an everyday role, he has the tools to play almost anywhere on the diamond as a utility man. So great glove, can he hit? In the first two college seasons, the righty swinging Houston had a contact over impact mentality and projected as an average hitter with below average power. Now that he has added muscle and sold out for power, he may find 12 to 15 homers per season while providing less in the way of batting average. His speed still plays better in the field than it does on the bases. Okay, so he's a great defender. He's probably going to steal you 15 to 20 bags on the high end every year. Home runs, he might sell out and give you 15 to 20. He's not going to hit for a high average to get that number, though. So, best case scenario, according to this projection, he probably hits 240 to 250 with 15 home runs. As a shortstop, I mean, for middle of the first round, you kind of have to take a little bit of dart throws. These are still high-value picks, don't get me wrong, but the first 10 picks in the draft are not the same as the next 10, and the next 10 aren't the same as the next 50. But he kind of fits in this range for prospect with elite skill at one specific thing that has enough offense from an average perspective to be a decent player. Sounds like a utility infielder at worst at the big league level. To me, though, I would always draft bat first and hope the glove is still good. Not saying I'm getting rid of the glove, but at shortstop, glove is important. Athleticism is important, but I want to see the ability to hit. And that may come as some of these prospects get a little bit older. But as a 21-year-old guy, I think we kind of know the bat that could be there for Houston at this point. Gator Bite, welcome in. First time I think I've seen you in our chat this evening. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that thumbs up at the bottom of the video. It goes a long way to helping us out. Cubs lost their ace the first game of the season and a number 2 for 6 weeks. Where will the Tigers be without Skubal, and where would Houston be without Brown? Kind of my point exactly on the Cubs needing an ace more than anything else at this deadline. That's why I think they will get one. Just a matter of, do they go after a Zach Gallen type? Do they go after a Sandy Alcantara type? Or do they go for a Joe Ryan? All three very different profiles entering the deadline. We'll do the Cubs after this one. But as far as a more realistic trade for the Rangers, we've done a lot of trades, including Duran and Clase for the Twins and Guardians. Let's say they go for a bat. We talked about Byron Buxton. That'd be a little bit of a premium bat. Unlikely to move, but still on the periphery of the discussions. We've talked about the Braves being a team that sells. If you're looking for a piece that the Rangers could acquire at the deadline, you look at teams that might have rentals. Castro from the Twins makes some sense as far as a corner infielder who could take over and play the majority of the time at third or first, or play a little bit of DH or something along those lines. Ozuna from the Braves, but again, money. Got to wonder if that makes sense for them. But where else could the Rangers go for some offense? Taylor Ward from the Angels makes a lot of sense as far as a bat that could help them out. Other places they could turn to, Diamondbacks for Josh Naylor. We've done that trade quite a few times. Where else could they go? O'Hearn from the Orioles. We've done that one once or twice. But one that kind of sticks out to me that the Rangers could use, besides Eugenio Suarez, because they need power still, even after trying to invest in it in the offseason, is they still need somebody to get on base. And I understand there's not a lot of guys who get on base anymore. Averages down across the sport. The average major league batting average is around 240 for a decent player. The guys who hit above 300, say 20 years ago, was about 50. The guys who hit that rate now are about 9 on the full season. And it's projected to go to around 7 by the end of the year. So, if the Rangers are looking to add offense, to me they have enough guys who should be able to provide the power already. I'd be looking for somebody to get on base to drive in some runs, because to me the consistency in that regard has been what's been lacking. The offense is coming, but still isn't all the way there. And this team, the San Diego Padres, is looking to cut a little bit of money here, but they're also looking to still be competitive on the National League side. So, Cubs just drafted Ethan Conrad, outfielder, Wake Forest. That's what they kind of needed after kind of going all in this season. Luis Arraez to the Rangers, I think, is kind of the perfect fit right now. Now, you're going to have to trade something of value back. The zero doesn't just go over there and you're just eating the salary. The piece that would make sense to me would be a guy like Jake Berger. He would immediately fill their need at first base and kind of on a cheaper option. His value is around 4 because of the control there. And I think this deal would be pretty accurate to what we could actually see. Now, the Rangers, again, are looking for some bullpen help. The Padres have a plethora of it. They're looking to save some money here at the deadline. Jason Adam, I think, would be a great piece for the Rangers. I think Robert Suarez probably is the most likely guy. So if they were, they could put Adam back there as the closer, or Adrian Morejon, who's been the best relief pitcher in the game this year. We'll go through the Cubs analysis on Conrad here in just a second. Now let's see if it makes sense from a money perspective. Reset. Select new teams. Rangers. Padres. Start trade. Now we're looking Jake Berger. Send to San Diego. San Diego, meanwhile, sends Arraez to Texas and Suarez to Texas. The money, literally they have $37,000 left in space to keep it underneath the tax. So without retaining any salary, this deal would work. Now let's say they include, I don't know, the Padres are trying to save some money here financially. But if they retained even 25% of it, that would give the Rangers about $1 million in space left. So say they retained literally $1 million. Diamondbacks pick is in. You're thinking Ryan Mitchell or Dax Kilby? Okay. Kaysen Cunningham goes here. I think Lawler struggles at the major league level, make this pick kind of a repeat of the Lawler selection years ago. Hopefully he works out a little bit better than Jordan Lawler has so far. Nice power stroke. Would I do it for just Jake Berger if I'm the Padres? Because I'm solving my finance issues? Maybe. I might want a lottery ticket, though, to kind of round out the deal. So if I'm the Padres, I include $1 million. I end up saving myself about $7 million total. $1 million goes to the Rangers. Now the deal's fairly close to equal. So I go to the Rangers. I go to the surplus value. I want to go to around page 3 where the values aren't so high. I include a... I don't know, or maybe a veteran, or maybe a reliever from the minors, just to kind of round out the deal. That seems pretty reasonable to me. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, so bear with us for just a moment. And welcome back into the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us on a Sunday evening. MLB draft is underway. We're well into the draft now. Pick 17, 18, 19 range right now. And lots going around in the world of baseball. First half is almost over. In fact, checking on the scores, see if the games have finally gone through yet. Let's see if those final two games have finished up yet. Nope. Looks like the Braves and Cardinals are still going in the fifth. Looks like their delay might finally be over. But the Dodgers game is final. They end up winning 5-2 and 11 against the Giants there. And, with everybody's now entering the second half now, or at least entering the All-Star break, where do these teams ultimately stack up against one another? Every team was expected to do X, Y, and Z entering the season. Some teams weren't expected to be so good. Some teams were expected to be at the top of their division and ultimately are not. For instance, the Texas Rangers are supposed to have a much better offense. They have not. The Astros are supposed to struggle with their pitching staff. Their pitching has been probably one of the best parts of their team so far. The Yankees were supposed to struggle this year because they were going to be without Giancarlo Stanton for an extended period of time. They were going to miss Garrett Cole for the entire season. Luis Gil was supposed to miss some time. This was not supposed to be the year of the New York Yankees, and yet they sit in a wild card spot. The Boston Red Sox hadn't been a good team for a period of time now, and they made several trades and signings this offseason to kind of put themselves back in playoff contention. First part of the season did not go as planned, but they also were facing a very difficult schedule coming out of the gate. They have since weathered the storm and are winners of 10 straight entering the All-Star break, and they certainly look like one of the teams to beat in a very difficult American League East once again. Blue Jays are on top there after getting the extension done with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Will they get their ace? But lots to get into as far as how teams ultimately finish the first half of the season. We'll do our power rankings here in just a moment to kind of update you guys on where these teams stand entering the second half, and also which teams stand a legitimate chance at winning the whole thing, winning the World Series. Is it worth going in at the trade deadline and making acquisitions? Those are the things we're going to be looking at here over the next hour. So be sure to hit that like and subscribe. That little thumbs up at the bottom of the video goes a long way. It goes a long way for us if you guys wouldn't mind going ahead and hitting that. But one of the first things I wanted to get into in our final hour of the show is kind of the Chicago Cubs had a great first half. Right now they sit, I believe, 57 wins, 39 losses, tied with the Dodgers at the top of the. Actually, I think the Dodgers just, with their win today, actually went one game up. But either way, they lead the NL Central going into the break. This is a great ball club for Chicago. Chicago does need some starting pitching. With Steele going down, they need a true number one. Gatorbite, you do mention that the Cubs are a very dangerous team, but they need an ace more than anything else. The Cubs would have a top 3 farm system. Joe Ryan, Duran, trade to the Twins, whatever it takes to get it done. I don't think the Cubs have a top 3 farm system. I don't think they've got that much. I do think they have a nice farm system, maybe top 10-ish, but I'm not giving them top 3. But as far as the Cubs, I think that theirs is an all-in season for them. They said so this offseason. The trade for Kyle Tucker was the impetus of that. And then, to kind of punt right now at the trade deadline, I think would be selling an all-in season a little short. I don't want to see a half measure here from the Cubs. I want to see them go all in. So if they did do a trade for Joe Ryan, Duran, let's go ahead and see what it would take to get it done. As far as nobody being interested in Alcantara, I don't think anybody in their right mind would be interested in Alcantara because of how poor he's been on the mound. But a team that's looking to block a team from getting a true ace like the Dodgers, I think could easily buy an Alcantara at his low point here, get him back into doing what he's supposed to do effectively and turning him back into an ace. I think the Dodgers would do that better than literally anybody. But I think teams are so desperate for an ace at the front of their rotation, teams like the Cubs, the Mets, the Toronto Blue Jays, I think would all fit that description as far as teams who would overpay for him. So we shall see. I'm curious to see if the Marlins are willing to sell him at his lowest point trade value right now. I thought he would have traded more. I thought he would have gotten more in trade even while he was injured than what he's been doing right now for the Miami Marlins. And I would hold on to him and see if he rehabs or gets his numbers back a little bit better in the second half here. Because if he does, his trade value immediately goes up once again. But right now, you're really going to have to blow him out of the water, I think, to get him out of Miami. I think there'll be teams desperate enough to do that, and I think he will be moved. Would I do it? No. But I'm not a GM of a team. I just think somebody will overpay inevitably for him because he is a big name, has the ace moniker next to it as well. But with a 7.22 ERA entering the break, I don't want any part of that. Not consistent enough, not able to get outs. Those are the big issues for me. And if I'm trying to win in the postseason this year, he needs to get outs for me this year, not next year or the year after. So teams like the Chicago Cubs, who are all in on this season, I'd be focusing on other targets who are good this season. All right, so let's go ahead and do that trade that you mentioned, Duran and Ryan, to the Chicago Cubs in exchange for, well, let's find out. So Cubbies, and then we go to the Twins. Now, I think any trade here would have to start with Owen Casey being the first piece going. He's been so good in the minors for the Cubs, but there's no room in the outfield for him to play. So, with that in mind, Duran helps their bullpen, so let's go ahead and put him in this deal. Casey goes in this deal. He immediately goes into the starting lineup day one for the Twins. Then you're going to need starting pitcher back. I think Cade Horton would be their request. Oh, are we getting a trade? Oh no, they got a signing already done with Cade Anderson. The first round isn't even over. They got Cade Anderson for $700,000 below slot value. That's impressive. Best pitcher in the draft, and they got him for $700,000 under slot as the 3 pick when he was projected to go number 1. That's surprising. But again, at $8.8 million, he's still getting a pretty penny out of it. So, don't cry for him. He's still doing just fine. I thought they were working on a trade for a second there, the way he wrote that message. All right, so Cade Horton goes in this deal. Would you include Ben Brown in this deal as well? You might have to. Rojas, I think you probably have to include in this deal because they are looking for a shortstop, even though they just drafted one. It still doesn't get you that close, though, even with those 3 pieces. So where else do you go with this top 3 farm system, as you claim? There's not much else that really sticks out that you could trade besides a Ben Brown type. So let's go down here a little bit lower. Valencia, Triantos has been a common name in a lot of these trades. Let's go ahead and throw him in this deal just because of the value. Not even paying attention to literally anything else. And then you get into like 5 and 4 valuations. So we're at 59, and you're still nowhere close. We still need another 27 valuation going back to the Twins. So 27, we're talking a little bit more than Cade Horton. Let's say you throw in Moises. That's 5 big pieces. 5. And you're still not there. How rare is it that we see an ace or a pseudo-ace in Joe Ryan moved along with a top reliever, moved for more than 5 prospects? Think back to Cole Hamels when that deal was made with the Texas Rangers. They got Cole Hamels, they got Jake Diekman, and instead the Phillies got the number 2, 3, 4 prospects from the Rangers, the number 6 prospect from the Rangers, and the number 10. Or no, they got the 2, 3, 4, the 9, and the 22 prospect from the Rangers. This prospect package doesn't rival that, and we're still not close. So I wouldn't do this trade if I'm the Cubs. Or I wouldn't do this trade if I'm the Twins, excuse me. Now, if you just took out Duran in this deal, say you take out Moises in this deal, you're still about 8 short. Say you throw in, I don't know, say Melendez and a Birdsell, a 6-for-1 package, you're still not quite there for this top farm system in the Cubs. No. So if the Cubs are looking for an ace, they would probably have to take on a negative asset with it. So the only way I think this trade could be made, let's take out these bottom pieces here, would be if the Cubs took on the negative contract of a Carlos Correa, who is hitting better, having a nice year, but then that's the salary ballast that helps the finances for the Twins. Now let's say you go out there and you put in Duran back in this deal. Now you're still giving up your top pieces, but this is more of a deal that you could see. Nayans to Houston, you love it? Okay. Let's see here. Number 25 prospect, third base, Mount Vernon, Washington. 18-year-old third baseman, 6'4". Power's a 65, arm's a 60. Those are nice. Those tell me corner outfielder or corner infielder all day long. There have been 9 high school hitters to be drafted in the first round and signed out of the state of Washington in the history of the draft, best of which in 19 was Corbin Carroll. Long known for his bat, Nahan's increase in power has helped him make the jump to a top-level prospect, one who ultimately who was extremely busy in the summer showcase circuit, playing in events including baseball's high school All-American game, area code games, though questions about his hit tool have dampened some enthusiasm. So the hit tool is a bit of a question mark. Nance has long been seen by area scouts as a potentially elite hitter on the left side of the plate with outstanding approach, so good eye at the plate, has made some adjustments to his setup and swing, added leverage, and started to show off at least plus raw power and the ability to not only get to it, but also do to all fields. There is some concern about the increase in his swing and miss rate, so it strikes out a little bit as the summer progressed, as he was trying to probably improve his draft positioning. Though some scouts who knew him well think he was gassed after playing what one evaluator estimated was over 100 games during the summer. That's a lot. Those concerns resurfaced with some lackluster showings at the plate this spring at times. While he's not a runner, 6'4", Nance is athletic with solid chance to stick at third base, so it doesn't sound like necessarily a corner outfielder, probably more of a third baseman. Okay. The Oregon State recruit's arm certainly plays in the hot corner, showing the ability to fire fastballs at 95 mile an hour from the mound, leading to comparisons of a left-handed hitting version of Austin Riley. That's a good comp there. At the Houston pick there, I love it for them. And this means that Paredes could easily slide over to second, or Paredes might not even be there in a couple years, and then he could be your answer at third base. I do like it for you, JG. All right, just to finish off this conversation on the trade, if they did do something like this, Cubs usually don't like eating that much salary, though, so that's something to kind of keep in mind here as well. They would be eating roughly another $16 million on the salary books this year, maybe a little bit more. And the Twins are offloading all of that tax revenue, or their taxable contracts here. Would they slip below the salary floor? I don't think they would. I think they'd be close, but I don't think they would. As far as where they'd get in trouble with the Players Association anyway. Let's see here. If I'm the Twins, they're said to be looking for a utility infielder as well. Majors. Where's Castro? I think Castro would be the guy that would be the utility infielder for the Cubs. So if they did include him in this deal, you're getting 4 major leaguers going and helping the Cubs to win this year. Twins, they would get a hair more prospect value out of this. I would guess a guy like Melendez would make some sense. Well, let's go a little bit cheaper on this deal. Say they go with a couple of guys in the 17 range. Is there another one in that young range? Another shortstop? That basically empty out the prospect pool of the shortstops, the young A-ball shortstops for the Cubs. That's not a bad deal. Let us know, Cubs fans. Would you do it? For an all-in season, you get Joe Ryan to play in Game 1, Duran to close things down, Castro to help out if your young position player like Shaw starts to struggle, and Correa probably plays as your DH. Probably. I don't necessarily love the Correa fit. But that's the only way you're getting an ace like Joe Ryan. Ace, pseudo-ace, number 2, however you want to describe it. That's not bad, though. I'd probably do that all day long if I'm the Twins. I'm not sure if I do it for the Cubs because of the fit of Correa. Let's do one more trade anyway before we do some power rankings here. Let's do a team we haven't done in a while that's looking to add. Let's do the Mets. Mets are also looking for an ace, or an ace-ish, if you will, in that conversation. Where could they go to get one? I don't think the Mariners would give them what they need. You ain't trading in the division. Rays could be interesting. But they usually like to go for a name. So Alcantara comes to mind, but I wouldn't want any part of it if I'm the Mets. I'm just curious. This isn't a realistic trade, but with the draft going the way it did today, it makes the conversation around Paul Skeens' trade clock begin. If the Mets were the team for Paul Skeens, what would the return have to look like? You start with Jet Williams. I think you stick with bats. Reimer. Mauricio's just starting to hit. I get it, but he's going to have to go. Beatty in this deal. I'm just going to keep adding until it stops letting me add. Clifford. Yeah, it stops letting me add there. How close did we get? Not even close. So you're going to have to include a better piece at the top of this deal to make it make sense. So take out a few of these pieces, aside from Williams. Let's say you just included literally everybody in this range. Does this even get you close? I don't think it does. Still doesn't even get you close. So trade for right now is off the table for Paul Skeens for the Mets. They don't have the assets. I don't think anybody really does unless you're giving up, two top 100 guys. And I say top 100 guys. 2 top 10, top 20 guys, and then filling it with another couple top 100 guys. Think of the return the Rangers gave for Cole Hamels on that deal. Add a little bit to it, and that's probably what it would have to get to Paul Skeens. And that was with Cole Hamels only having, 2-3 years left on his deal at that time? And nowhere near the level of Paul Skeens' impact. Let's take out all these starters, or all these players in this deal. Where else could they go for a starter? Name, impact, Chris Sale from the Braves makes a little bit of sense. In the division, might not happen though. Peralta from the Brewers I thought would have been a great fit, but I think the Brewers are going to hold on to him. They might surprise us, but I just don't think that's going to happen this year. Giants don't feel like a team that's going to offload one of their starters right now. Orioles don't really have anybody that fits that description. Cole Ragans from the Royals? No. Thinking big trades. Or at least a big name. Pablo Lopez from the Twins. Depressed value. Could you get the Twins to part with him with the depressed value by severely overpaying because of the depressed value? That could be a possibility. So we'll keep that one in mind. White Sox don't have anybody. Let's go back up to the top. Angels, Kikuchi doesn't move the needle. Looking at the teams in playoff positioning, if they were to trade an ace or their number 2 in the rotation, would it even keep them in playoff consideration? Gallen, Kelly from the Diamondbacks are probably the most likely candidates. If you went to Seattle, let's do that Logan Gilbert conversation with them. What would make sense to help the Mariners with offense right now if you got a Logan Gilbert to go to New York? 40 value. You want somebody that helps right now. Let's look at the majors first. Low end. Just see if anybody sticks out. McNeil, Nimmo, Marte. No. None of those guys make sense either. Nothing really fits on that side of things. Let's go the other way. Pete Alonso. You're not trading Pete in that situation. Acuna you could trade, but his value's so low it's not going to be a difference maker in this trade. Alvarez has had his struggles, but you already have Cal Raleigh. You're not taking that. Beatty could be a piece. Mauricio could be a piece. Mintos could be a piece. None of those pieces really move the needle for the Mariners. However, if you went straight pieces and did a 3-team deal, Mariners get a bat in that 40 range, impact bat, let's say they go to the Twins. The Twins trade Buxton to the Mariners, who I think Buxton would be a great fit for Philadelphia. But by trading him this 3-team deal, they keep him away from Philadelphia in this deal. The Mets, anyway. That would be a good start for a Gilbert deal. I would still want more offensive talent. So maybe a Castro to round out this deal from the Twins would make some sense. I think he was around 4.2. Yeah. You trade him to the Mariners. Mariners now have upgraded their offense, and they still have more to do. So the Mets include, where's Gilbert? Drew Gilbert to the Mariners. So you get 2 offensive pieces this year and a future piece for Logan Gilbert. That would be close. I'd consider it if I'm the Mariners. It's not an immediate no. And the Mets get their starter. So far, they're giving up next to nothing in this deal. To the Twins, the Mets would have to pay a premium. Jet Williams, I think, would be a great starting point to the Twins. Kind of fits that next competitive team there. Reimer, maybe. Jonah Tong. A little too much value. A little. So if you go to, say, a Sproat to the Twins, helps out in the rotation right now. And then you go to the Mariners just to round out this deal. You need about 3.5 valuation and a prospect around 3.5 probably. Say the Twins give up, or the Mariners give up their compensation or competitive balance pick to the Twins in tonight's draft. That's pretty dang close. So the Mets get their ace Logan Gilbert. The Mariners take from their strength and get Buxton, Castro, 2 bats for their lineup right now, and a future offensive piece probably in next year's lineup. In fact, let me just see where he is with the Mets. Gilbert's 24 years old at AAA. So far at AAA, he's hitting .238. Strikeouts are a touch high, but walks are nice. Home run power is there. He's probably there next year. So then you have an outfield that features Buxton, Rodriguez, and Rosarena this year. Next year, Buxton probably is hurt half the time, so you have Gilbert make his major league debut next year and filters in there. Rosarena filters out after a while. How long does he have left on his deal? I can't remember how much time he has left on his contract for Seattle. Where are you, Mariners? I want to look at their multi-year table real quick. For their outfielders, he's only under contract for 2 years. So Gilbert takes over full-time in the outfield after Rosarena turns 32. And you lose Rosarena because you can't afford to pay him in free agency anyway. You have J-Rod in an incredible contract. You still have Robles there in center to help out defensively as a fourth outfielder next year. Fifth outfielder as well. And then after Rosarena's contract is over, Gilbert gets everyday time, while Montez comes up and starts getting acclimated to the big leagues. And then Buxton's deal is over. You don't have to pay him. And then you have an outfield that has J-Rod, Gilbert, and a Montez for your long-term future. That's a good outfield mix going forward for the Mariners. It's borderline, though, for the Mariners, because you're giving up a big part of your team here is the strength of your rotation. But Brian Wu's elevation and 2 years away from free agency for Gilbert is why you make this deal. You try to win this year by acquiring Byron Buxton. Gives you a great offensive upgrade for you in that outfield. You might even want more of an offensive upgrade than this if you're trading Logan Gilbert. Maybe somebody on an expiring deal with not so much trade value. But you'd have a great defensive outfield, that's for sure. And then for the Twins, you get the top prospect from the Mets. You get a competitive balance pick and a starting pitcher you immediately plug into your rotation, and gives you the flexibility to move on from Joe Ryan in another trade. From the Twins' perspective, I really understand the deal. Love the deal for them. I love the deal for the Mets. Mariners would still be my question, but the outfield mix really makes sense. The question is what you're giving up. Does it make sense to lose Logan Gilbert for what you're getting? Is it enough of an upgrade offensively to offset the loss that you're getting on the pitching side? Food for thought. Let's update Twitter, see if anything is happening on the trade front. Padres have drafted Cruz Schoolcraft, high school lefty. Tigers took Jordan Yost as a shortstop at number 24. '23 Sean Gamble goes to the Royals, outfield second base type a hitter. Braves took a shortstop out of high school, so again they're taking a dive at the shortstop market. We already talked a little bit about Nyans going to the Astros. Great pick for them. 11 picks taken through the first 18 in the MLB draft. It is a shortstop-heavy draft, I will say that. And a lot of guys are being announced as shortstops, but are not actually. Okay. All right, it is that time. It is time to go through our updated MLB power rankings. So let's get into it real quick. So remember, this is kind of our standings right now. Tigers on top in the AL, Astros, Blue Jays winning the division, Yankees, Red Sox, Mariners taking the wild card spots currently as we enter the first half, or enter the All-Star break, concluding the first half anyway. Rays, Rangers, Angels, Twins, and Royals to some extent still in the wild card picture, and to a lesser extent the Cleveland Guardians as well. On the NL side, Dodgers once again on top, 58-39. Cubs surprisingly winning the NL Central currently, even with their needs on their pitching staff, is a nice way to put it. Phillies once again on top in the East. Brewers, Mets, Padres holding on to wild card spots. Brewers pretty solidly in wild card positioning, and I'd say the Mets as well. Giants and Padres I think will be flipping back and forth along with the Cardinals here for a bit. Reds have not faded away yet. Terry Francona keeping this young team in it. And then the Diamondbacks still waiting on the periphery. Marlins and everybody else thereafter. Obvious sellers, no matter what Alex Anthopoulos would have you believe for the Braves. So let's kind of see where everything was entering the season first. Entering the season, we have the Dodgers, Phillies, Rangers, Braves, and Orioles 1-5. Astros, D-backs, Yankees, Mets, and Red Sox 6-10. Padres, Guardians, Mariners, Brewers, Twins through 15. Blue Jays, Royals, Tigers, Cubs, and Cardinals through the 20s. Obviously, some of those teams have performed well above that, some not so much. Giants, Reds, Pirates, A's, and Rays through 25. And then your bottom 5, Nationals, Angels, Marlins, Rockies, and White Sox. Last week, our updated ones up till right before the July 4th, Dodgers were still on top. Tigers had climbed all the way from the beginning of the season, where they were, 18, up to number 2. Astros 3, Phillies 4, Cubs 5. Blue Jays, Yanks, Rays, Mariners, and Padres 6-10. Mets, Brewers, Rangers, Reds, and Cardinals to 15. Giants, D-backs, Angels, Red Sox, and Guardians through 20. You can guarantee the Red Sox will be climbing after their 10-game win streak. Basically, for the day this started is when their win streak began. So they will certainly be climbing, the biggest gainer, I'd imagine, in our power rankings this week. Twins, Braves, Royals, Orioles, and Marlins through 25. And then Pirates, A's, White Sox, Nationals, and Rockies finish it off. So to conclude the first half, I think we can clearly, and I mean clearly, put the Rockies in there as dead last in our power rankings. I don't think it's debatable. I think it's pretty easy. Then you get into number 29. I think there's a little bit of debate here. You could put the Nationals. I think you could make a case for the Pirates. On the AL side, I think you could make a case for the White Sox. I think those are clearly the 3 teams here. The White Sox have a brighter future, but they're still struggling quite a bit. The Nationals already have a couple of cornerstone pieces, much like the Cardinals were trying to figure out what their pieces were going to be for the future. Nationals have now identified at least a couple of core pieces for their future, including James Woods. So I'm going to go ahead and put the White Sox as the most deserving of the number 29 spot. 28, I don't think there's much debate here either. I think the Pirates, with their struggles that they have offensively, they have a dynamic force in Paul Skeens, but they don't really have a pathway forward offensively. I don't see their improvement. The Nationals, meanwhile, I can see where they got their future going. White Sox, I can see, the Nationals anyway, I can see a couple of pieces for their future. To me, this is going to be the Pirates. I just don't see a pathway forward for them. Nationals, based off of the talent that they have on their roster and what their future looks like and where they are now, I'm putting them up to 27. They move up a couple of spots. 26, I think this is your conversation for the A's, the Braves, the Marlins, Orioles to some extent. But I think this is pretty solidly the Athletics. That pitching is going to get even worse over the summer. They don't have much pitching coming. I like the draft pick that they just made to help them out in the future, but that's years down the line. So for right now, they pretty solidly are in the bottom 5. Marlins have had a nice run here over the last month as well, so I can't put them in the bottom 5 either. All right. Royals have had a nice little winning, 10-game win or 10-game window here. So I think they've, at least kept themselves in a very similar spot to where they were. Braves are kind of up and down. Orioles kind of starting to win a little bit more and more, so I got to move them up just a hair. Guardians with their wins against Houston, we're going to fall into this range, but I think that, the series they had against Houston saved them a little bit. So I'm going to leave them up a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm thinking the Braves. Do they fall all the way to 25, the lowest they've been this season? I think that's the lowest they've been this season. Nope. I had them 26 in the middle of April with their losing streak, etc. But I don't think they're much better than that. Do I put the Braves? I think we do. I just think the Orioles are still better because they've shown the ability to win the games a little bit better. So I'll put the Braves. I think the Guardians, outside of that Astros series, have still struggled enough, and they don't have much going for them offensively. They got to be in this conversation. Orioles, Guardians are kind of in this range. Marlins are in this range for the next team. But Marlins have been playing really good baseball. I'll put the Marlins a hair above them, above the Braves, but they're splitting hairs. I think the Guardians and Orioles are in this next window along with the Royals. I'm going to keep the Orioles here just because I still don't have any faith in their pitching staff, and I think they will sell. So I'll put the Orioles next. Royals, I got to put them next because they're terrible offense. Guardians, I think, are right here as well. Now, the Twins don't escape this. They've been up and down all year, but they're close to being right in this range. So, Twins, Angels, and Diamondbacks. To me, the Twins are still the worst out of those three. The Angels are clearly the second out of that group. And the Diamondbacks are the best of those three teams. Are they better than the Cardinals? I would say no. Are they better than the Reds? I would say no. So I'll put the D-backs here. On the AL side, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. We got the Angels. Then you get into the Tigers and Rays. Or the Rangers and Rays. The Rays have really been struggling recently. I think I'm going to put the Rays somewhere in this range here. Because they've been struggling for a period, basically since the Red Sox took off and the Rays basically fell through the floor at about the same time. So they're pretty much going to be flipping spots here. But do they fall this far? Rays, Giants, Cardinals, and Reds are all in this range for me. I think the Rays are probably the worst out of that group. At least been playing that way on the field. I think the Reds and Cardinals are darn close here. I'll give the edge to the Cardinals for now, I think. Or do I? I think the Cardinals are still going to be trying to figure out their long-term future. And I think there's a better chance they sell rather than buy. And if they do buy, it's only going to be a small increase to the rotation or a right-handed hitter. Whereas the Reds, I think, are looking for an outfield bat and some consistency. And they got Terry Francona, who I do trust more as a manager. So I'll put the Cardinals. And then I'll put the Reds. But they're very close. It's like splitting hairs. Giants, Brewers, Rangers, Padres all in this next mix. Mariners are loosely in this mix as well. I think the Giants, with the struggles of Devers and their pitching being a little thin, I don't think I can put them any higher than here. Brewers. Are winning a 7-game win streak as well for them. Padres 6-4. They've kind of been flipping back and forth with the Giants. They're right there. I think the AL is deeper as far as teams that can get to a wild card spot that have a chance to do something in the postseason. Whereas the NL teams, they're very top heavy with the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Mets, the Phillies. Those are the teams I'd say have a real chance to do something in the postseason. One move here or there. But I don't think the Brewers, even if they win anything, aren't doing anything in the postseason. The Padres, I don't see doing anything in the postseason. Giants, I don't see doing anything in the postseason. That's why I see more of these teams that are borderline wild card on the American League side as being a little bit better. At least right now, as far as our power rankings. So Red Sox are playing much better. Obviously, they go up here. Mariners have had their struggles. Padres 6-4. Am I missing anybody else here? Red Sox. I feel like I'm missing a team. Red Sox. Nope, just the Red Sox. Okay. So, number 13, I think I'm going to put one of the Mariners, Padres, or Rangers. Mets on the periphery of that conversation, though. What have the Mets been doing recently? Let me double check. 6-4, 55 wins. Very similar team to the Giants, just a little bit better pitching and a little worse hitting. They've had a lot of injuries that they've had to deal with. I'll go ahead and put the Padres a step below for now. I really love the bullpen for the Padres, but to me they're going to have to get more offensively than what they've gotten. I think the Rangers do go up a little bit here with their offense finally improving. I think they're 6 games above 500 over their last month and a half. About a month, somewhere in there. I think they're like 20-15, something like that. Brewers, I think, go up a little bit here. Mariners, Rangers, I think are in this next range. Mariners 6-4, winners of 3 straight. They played the Detroit Tigers too. That was a tough opponent. Rangers just played Houston. Another tough opponent there. I'll give the nod to the Mariners over the Rangers for now. Offensively, I'd still probably lean Rangers even with their struggles. Pitching staff, I'd probably call it fairly even. Bullpen, I'd give to the Rangers even without bringing somebody else in. I'd give closer certainly to the Mariners. That's not even close. So the difference in Munoz to whatever the Rangers threw out there in the ninth versus the bullpen slight edge to the Rangers, I'd probably lean Mariners there. Cal Raleigh tips the scale a little. I'll go Rangers for now. Whoops. But they'll probably be one of the teams that I think, with a couple of trades or a trade, could certainly go into the top 10 quickest. I'll put the Mariners next. I still have my doubts offensively about them because I think they're, everybody's one big injury away, but I think they're so reliant on Cal Raleigh for their production right now that if teams just start pitching around him like I think they will in the second half, that offense is just going to crater. Brewers, Mets are in this next range. I don't think I can put the Brewers above the Mets, even with their recent win streak. But they do move up just a little bit here. Mets and Yankees. Yankees were on a rough streak there. They stopped the bleeding there. But to me, they still need more pitching. The Blue Jays have had a nice little run here. Red Sox are in this conversation. So Red Sox, Mets, Yankees. I'll go probably Red Sox first. Now, let's go back. Mets have had some decent pitching, surprisingly, out of some odd places so far. No, I was right the first time. Let's do Red Sox first. I think the Mets are still a half step behind the Yankees because I think the Yankees still have better pitching. Mets are getting healthier, though. Once the Yankees figure out their trade deadline, I think they'll still be on top. But, if the Mets add an ace, those could flip. Astros will be falling just a little bit here. Do they fall below the Blue Jays? I would probably say yes. They looked good against the Dodgers, but they struggled against the Guardians right after that. Kind of an up and down team. So I'll drop the Astros out of the top 10. Or out of the top 5, excuse me. I think the Blue Jays get in. Cubs. 6-4. Their pitching still is my worry there. But they're right there at the top of the NL still. So I'll put the Blue Jays next. Because I still think they need a true number 1 before I put them above some of these other clubs. Offensively, I'd still lean a hair towards the Cubs. We had that conversation the last time we did these rankings. Nothing's really changed in that regard for me. Phillies, I still think, are a hair better than both of those teams because they have the pitching. Tigers are the best team so far by record in baseball, but not by talent. I think they'll falter in the postseason, but for right now, they're still number 2. And then Dodgers still reign number 1. Well, you're saying out of the top 5 is wild. Well, they're certainly not 1. They're not better than the Dodgers, even though they swept them, because they immediately came back home and lost to the Guardians. Dodgers don't give a darn about the regular season. Astros do. Tigers, they played like the best team in the AL all year. I think they're easily in the top 5. Phillies, I'm not taking them out. They have the starting pitching to compete with anybody, and their offense has been solid. I still think they're looking for a center fielder. They've been connected to the Twins about both of their elite relievers, Griffin Jax and Yohan Duran. And then I think Buxton, there's a decent trade to be made between those two teams. We'll do that here in just a second. That I think the Phillies could really, catapult themselves to right alongside the Dodgers as best teams in the NL. Cubs, they're an ace away from being in that conversation as well. Blue Jays have had a better first half in my mind than what the Astros have had to deal with. Blue Jays solved their long-term future. They solved their short-term future all in one move with Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s extension. And then from that extension point, their season is completely done a 180. The rotation's pitched a little bit better. Their bullpen has had its ups and downs, absolutely. But this team looks a lot more like a professional baseball team, a productive offense, a solid pitching staff that's getting healthier with Max Scherzer's return. They, like the Cubs, I think are a true ace away from being at the top of contention or contending teams. I just think that the Blue Jays are less likely to get that starting pitcher because the Cubs are all in, whereas the Blue Jays, I think, will make that acquisition in the offseason. They would probably be one of the teams I'd say is the first to topple out of that top 5. As far as the Astros, I think they're still waiting for Yordan Alvarez to get back. Once he gets back, they could go up. Hunter Brown's had a great first half. He struggled in his last 3 starts, but still looks like Hunter Brown. To me, he probably wins the Cy Young on the AL side for the first half, or at least is darn close to it. I'm not saying the Astros are, outside of the top 20, but top 5 is a tough group to get into. They're not unseating the Dodgers, Tigers, Phillies. Those are pretty solidly 1, 2, 3 for me. Cubs have certainly had a better first half, even with their injuries on the pitching side. I think they're a solid 4, but they're a step below the other 3 to me. And then you're kind of splitting hairs between the Astros and Blue Jays. Yankees to a lesser extent. Mets a little even further beyond that. But I'd probably say the Blue Jays, Astros is very, very close. Yankees a tiny bit further beyond that because of their recent struggles. If they didn't have those recent struggles, I'd probably put all 3 of those teams in the same bag. Throw them in the air. Whichever one lands on top is your 5. But they're very, very close. I just lean a hair more towards the Jays because of what they've had to work with, the struggles they had early in the season, and where that team is now compared to where they were. If you take from the time they signed that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. extension to now, they're certainly above the Astros. But you got to take the whole season, and the power rankings take into account what's happening now on the field. Blue Jays have played well. Astros have played well, but I think the Blue Jays are a little bit better right now. All right, so that one trade I was kind of talking about, a trade that I could see happening, a kind of a blockbuster of sorts between the Phillies and the Twins there. I think the Twins have the keys here to the perfect trade deadline for a lot of teams. But you go to the Twins, I think Buxton would absolutely fill their need in center field. You go for a closer option, you could go Duran. I think they would be fine with Jax, though. A little bit higher value, but I think he kind of fits the mold of what the Phillies are looking for. Swing and miss rate, those kinds of things. Duran's is a little bit lower this year, so I think they go for Jax. So what would the return be? I think you could do a Painter or a Miller as far as a headlining piece. For this type of a trade, though, I think they would want Miller. Crawford would be in contention as another outfield piece that they would really want. Say you do a Crawford-Miller combo. That gets you darn close to the value right there. Say if you don't want to include Miller. Say the value is just too high. You go for an Escobar instead. You go for a Moises Chase, maybe. And then a Mick Abel who's having a great year. How close does that get you? Not close enough. So I think you'd have to go Aiden Miller. That gets you darn close. And say the Twins throw in another veteran that's close to an expiring deal. Castro we've done. Bader could help as their fourth outfielder. Say you take back Marsh in that deal. I don't think you would do Paddock. Vasquez doesn't make sense. Danny Colon could work. Jeffers possibly. Topa, eh. Now if you threw Joe Ryan in there, you'd probably have to include one of the other big pieces there, but I think their preference would be Dobnak, no. Say you threw a Paddock in there. Kind of view him similar to the Luzardo lottery ticket there. You go back over to the Phillies. You throw in Escobar. Gets you 3 premium prospects back. Or if you go a little cheaper, you could go Chase and Abel, because I think the Twins would want Abel and Crawford as their 2 primary pieces, along with Miller. Miller, of course, the centerpiece. Crawford right there to go with the other outfielders that they got growing. Now, if I'm the Phillies, is this worth it? You get an elite relief arm. You get Buxton to solve your center field issues that you've been trying to solve for years. Financially, this doesn't make sense at all for the Phillies because this blows their tax bracket out of the proportion. So you'd have to figure out money for the Twins to eat, which means you'd have to include better pieces going to the Twins, at which case that makes it untenable. And you got a depressed value on Abel compared to what I think the market has a price on him for. Same thing for Crawford. Their real world value is probably around 10 for Abel, 20 for Crawford. So if you include, I don't know, 10 mil in salary to the Phillies, and the extra 10 valuation on Crawford and Abel combined, maybe that equates for it, and then there you go. Or you take out Chance and go with a bigger piece, or Chase. But that would be a very interesting trade. If you look at the Phillies farm system real quick, Miller, double-A player, 234 average, not having a good year. Let's look at Crawford. 331 at AAA. He is ready. 39 walks, 62 strikeouts. So he's striking out still a pretty good amount. Steals are a big thing, but he would immediately fill Buxton's hole in the lineup. "21 years old. Power's not really going to come, it looks like, but the hit is certainly there. And see how many home runs he has this year at AAA. 2. So yeah, the power isn't going to be there. So he's more of a center field piece. So either you go with Crawford in center in a postseason run if you're the Phillies, because I think he's ready, gives you a speed element. And honestly, I might go that direction in center anyway over Buxton. So if you did that, you wouldn't have to give up Miller in this deal. You take out Paddock, you take out Chance. I think Abel would still have to be the ask. You're not trading Crawford, even though I think he would be the preference. How's Tate doing? Eduardo Tate. 18-year-old, single-A, future at catcher. Strikeouts are high, walks are good. Home runs are there. So he might be the guy that you'd have to include in this deal for Jax. Or Escobar, one of the two. Only 17 years old, though. It's a young catcher playing well above his skis. That gets you close. And then to finish off the trade, you throw in another young-ish player, Burkhalter maybe. That would be quote-unquote paying through the nose for it. But if you do, say, a younger outfielder like Nori and another one like Mendez, 4 for 1, I think that would probably be too much for Griffin Jacks. Anthony, Michael, do you think it would make sense for Miami to double down at shortstop with projections that Arquette will move to third? The Arquette pick, kind of changed things as far as what I'm perceiving anyway, the Marlins front office to value. Not just in the draft, but altogether. We talked about the last 2 years basically, how they were looking for, teenagers basically, guys 16 to 20 years old, position players to help out offensively. To me, the pick there was more of an indictment on their development side for developing hitters, young hitters specifically. And so maybe this is a change of direction for the Miami Marlins, targeting a college bat. Or at least older bats in general, both in trade and in the draft. But as far as doubling down at shortstop, we've seen teams do that all the time. I mean, if guys are expected to, you try to draft up the middle, catcher, shortstop, center field. And if they don't stick at shortstop, they can always move to third or second if they don't have the arm or the range. If you draft a center fielder and they don't have the speed, but the bat still plays, you move them to right. If they have a good arm, if they don't have an arm, you move them to left. That's just generally how things actually work. Sarah, I'm not actually opposed to trading Helsley, to be honest. Well, he's only got, a couple more months left on his contract, and he's going to get a big free agent deal. He's had injury issues in the past. He's had poor seasons recently. He's having a great one this year, so, trading him, capitalizing on his value before you lose him for maybe a compensation pick, but I doubt it, in the offseason, might be best case scenario for them. Cobra, any good Padres drafts? Go ahead and pull up our Twitter and just see if there's updates on our feed from where we were. Teams are moving quickly anyway. Padres took Cruz Schoolcraft, high schooler, to kind of answer your question there, Cobra. Schoolcraft, to kind of give you an idea who he is, since you asked the question there. Pull up our draft board according to MLB.com. All right, he was supposed to be... I have to pass him already. There he is, number 19. So they got a bit of a value there at their pick. 19-year-old, high schooler, 60 fastball, 60 slider, struggles with control. Originally slated to be class of 26, but reclassified in December to join this group. Legitimate two-way standout lefty pitcher and first baseman. Teams prefer him on the hill after he excelled at events like area code games over the summer. Has a chance to be next in line for Orga Prep Arms to go in the first round, following first-rounders Mick Abel and Noble Mayer in 23. Overcoming a rough start to the spring when his stuff was down and looked much more like one of the top arms in the class as the season wore on. He's 6'8", so he's really tall. A towering presence on the mound. As a pitcher, he's up to 97 with his fastball, with the only knock against it, relative lack of spin and carry. So right now, plays a little straight. He has a tight, traditional two-plane slider thrown in the low 80s that has carry and teeth, and some believe his feel for spin with that pitch should allow him to add more to his heater. So they think his fastball could get even better, and that's his plus pitch right now. He has very good feel for his changeup, which he sells with excellent arm speed. Despite his size and long limbs, he does an excellent spot of maintaining his delivery and landing all of his offerings for strikes. At the plate, he has a chance to perhaps be an above-average hitter with a better-than-average power in the future. Tennessee recruit obviously offers a big threat at first base, but he's athletic, around the bag, and dynamic defender. The bat could be draftable on its own, but it's pretty clear he'll be considered in the first round because of his arm. So primarily, he's going to be a pitcher, but they've flirted with the idea of using two-way players in the past in San Diego. Remember, they were one of the teams that was in there for Ohtani for a period of time as well. I don't think it's an indictment on young bat development. I think it's just that I think Bendix is still cleaning out the previous regime's scouting staff and development staff. That would be an indictment against the staff. I get your point there, Anthony, but to me, unless they had a grade on him that was so high that they just had to take him, to me it tells me it signals either A, an indictment against your own development, or B, a change in philosophy. Both of which don't portend well for what the Marlins were doing before this. But, I mean, what have the Marlins particularly been doing well at the minor league levels besides developing pitching? They've developed really good pitchers as of late. Hitting has been the issue, and I think either A, this is an indictment against that, their ability to bring hitters along, or B, they just really like this player, and this is an aberration. We'll see as the draft goes on what their draft looks like and what their trade return is for the pitchers that they ultimately do move on from. But I think that'll give us a big indication of where this future is for the Marlins after the trade deadline. Cobra, surprised it's not a shortstop, or for Preller, he likes drafting shortstops. Yes, he does. He also likes signing them internationally as well, Cobra. Got another tweet, looks like it just came in. Eight teams have checked in on the struggling Luis Robert. Is there a trade to be made? What? He isn't playing well. The contract is an albatross. He's unavailable half the time. I guess you're drafting on or you're trading for potential more than anything else. But what's the return going to look like? A bag of potato chips? Does the front office in baseball work like how it does in football? The GM sometimes has to clean people out that don't fit his way of drafting? To a certain degree. But I mean, you look at the Texas Rangers, for instance. Kip Fagg's been in charge of that scouting and development in Texas for, 20 years? 15 years? And that was the same under John Daniels. Now it's the same under, or was the same under Chris Young before he was promoted to president of baseball ops. And now the same under GM Fenstermaker. The draft and development side usually stays pretty much the same from year to year if you're having success with, or at least familiarity and confidence in the drafting, developing, scouting people. Now, the Rangers have changed over the development side from time to time, but the draft and the scouting department hasn't really changed. Not speaking to every team, but, sometimes they do need to change out those roles. I do understand that, but to me, this is more about the mindset of the organization as a whole. It'll tell us a lot at the deadline what the return is for the players that they trade. One move does not a pattern make, but once you make that decision to draft the 21-year-old, you trade Alcantara for, say, a 23-year-old and a 22-year-old, then we have a pattern of players that they're targeting and when those players are going to be on the active roster and what types of players they're looking for. We'll know a lot more with the returns they get in the trade. But for right now, you got to wonder what the direction is and the ask is from the Marlins of these teams looking at Cabrera, of the teams looking at Alcantara. Heyman says the Phillies, Dodgers, Padres were among the teams that were interested in Luis Robert. Phillies have been interested in him for years, but with his value being as low as it is right now, I don't see the Phillies taking on the salary. So if there is a trade to happen with Philadelphia, let's go ahead and just clear it out real quick. White Sox, Phillies, salary. Robert is right there, negative 3.2. Contracts at 8. And the Phillies can't really afford to have any of that salary on their books. So say you include, $8 million of that going to the Phillies. Then you're looking at a $5 million player coming back. You're not getting Abel, that's for sure. But maybe you could get a couple of pieces. Say like a Mendez and a Nori. Something like that. And in their farm system, to see where they rank, for Philadelphia. Mendez and Nori are 8. He's having an A-ball, 264 average, not a lot of power. Walks are nice, strikeouts are not great though. And then Mendez was the other piece. He's not in the top 30, it looks like. At least according to MLB.com. But that could be something that you see as far as a trade. Wonder where DJ is going to go. I think he's going to go somewhere where he gets a utility role, a bench role, somewhere where he gets consistent at bats against, in an advantageous platoon situation. I still think the bat plays. He was hitting 266, but he had a lot more swing and miss recently, not hitting for a lot of power. I think he goes somewhere where he's utilized in that type of a role. Dan Uggla, Stanton Yelich, and JT. Yeah, but that's 10 years ago, my guy. 10 years. That was back when Jose Fernandez, rest his soul, was still alive. Actually, that was before Fernandez even made it. That's a long time to not develop any real hitters of any kind. That's why they traded Pablo Lopez for Luis Arraez. And then they turn around flipping Luis Arraez to the Padres before before he's out of their salary range for what they can afford. Because they needed offense so badly. Twins needed pitching badly. That's why they made that move. You want Naylor back? I think he'd be a great option for the Padres. But again, salary would be a concern there. They're looking to offload a little salary while still staying competitive. We made a little bit of a trade earlier to kind of demonstrate, where a piece like Luis Arraez could go. Maybe a Jake Berger goes back the other direction. Something like that. You can blame inconsistent developing of young bats, but also that we have fired multiple front office people throughout the time since then. True, but my bigger point is that nothing has really worked as of yet for the Marlins, and until you start having success on the field, does it really matter which part was wrong? The point is nothing worked, whether that be the pieces ultimately not being worth it, whether the scouting department didn't identify the right talent, whether the development side didn't take that talent that they got and make the most of it. At a certain point, ultimately, the success on the offensive side has been a problem for Miami and remains to be a problem. And now the outside impression from everybody over the last 2 years has been you're looking to reset your timetable because of, the division that you're in, the roster that you have at the big league level that wasn't ready to compete. You are looking for young players. That's what the message was for the past 2 years. And so unless this player is, identified as an A grade, you must have, centerpiece of your team going forward, which is tough to put all that pressure on an MLB drafted player, especially when they're not drafted number 1 overall. Usually those guys are still valuable pieces, but may not have that same expectation or be able to carry that same freight. Could be, but that's a lot of pressure for a guy to carry a team that struggled to develop talent offensively for a while now. I do like Bendix as an addition there. 2 people from the Rangers, yes. But until they start showing that talent on the big league level, Stowers is starting to show some of that production, but his development was through a good, productive offensive system with the Baltimore Orioles. He comes over to the Marlins, and now he's probably the best hitter for the Marlins right now. Best future piece offensively for the Marlins on their team. Kind of curious to see what numbers they're actually putting up. Hitting Miami. Xavier Edwards, Kyle Stowers. Those are your kind of your offensive leaders. Wagaman at first. 240 is about league average right now for hitters as far as average goes. Looking at their slug, Stower's, of course, the best numbers there. OPS, among qualifiers, Stower's by far the best. Ramirez, a decent DH option. Not much to write home about the rest of the players there, but Edwards is a nice piece. Speed, are they using speed as a big part of their team? Edwards, Myers are. Lopez to a certain extent. I remember Derek Hill, but he's only hitting 213. Not exactly a good future piece, but kind of the typical journeyman major leaguer that holds the fort until you bring somebody else along. Myers, how old are you? 29, kind of another placeholder piece. But a 282 average, that's a nice season so far. Well, for major leaguers, it usually takes them anywhere between 4 to 6 years to get to the big league roster. So usually you'll know within the first 2 years if you got a real player or not. Then after about 4 years, if they're not on your big league roster, they should be darn close. After 6 years, they should already be on your big league roster, providing you some value. That's usually how long it takes to get up to the big league level. So to grade a front office, for the scouting department, usually you'll know within probably 3 years if you have a good drafting group. Doesn't necessarily mean your development's good, but it means your scouting staff is identifying the right players and getting the talent to your team. Now, if your development side takes those good assets and squanders it, say they change the way their setup is in the box, say they change the way their arm slot is, and the results aren't coming through, and changing the player for the worse. Those are bad indications of your development side. Now, if your development side is hands off and allows them to develop on their own, and they continue to struggle, that would be more of an indication of both your scouting side and your development side having issues. Now, if the guys come in, they're knocking the cover off the ball in rookie ball and in single A and high A. You get to double A where the real test comes, and then they fall flat on their face. To me, that tells you your scouting side identified the talent and did really well, but your development side didn't prepare them well enough for the double A level. Now, that might have been their ceiling, absolutely, but after 3 years, you can generally tell your scouting side has done a good job or not identifying the talent. After about 4 or 5 years, you can tell about your development side. But as far as your front office team as a whole, that usually takes about 5-6 years to really tell the direction on the development side of things. Now, as far as a major league club, most owners aren't that generous with their timetables, especially with managers. That's why those guys change out a lot more frequently at the big league level. But as far as GMs, 5-6 years is about the timetable, and then you know whether or not you've got a good one or not. You think Rooker will win the Derby? He's got a good chance. Who else is in there? Jazz Chisholm. I don't think he wins it. I don't think I have a favorite for the Derby, honestly. With the clock issue nowadays, if we were going back to the old school rules where it's 10 outs and that's it, timing be damned, I would say they're, the biggest power hitters in the game generally would be the best ones in the Derby. But nowadays with the clock, it's just too difficult to finger point or to point at one and say that guy's got it, because, with the clock going, I don't like the clock. I'll put it that way. James Wood, I think, would be a great option. Yeah. All right. So we've done our power rankings through the first half. We've done a lot of trade talk. We've talked a little bit about how teams finished off their first half. In fact, let's see if the game has finally gone final there. Go back. Scores. See if the Braves game is finally over. And it is. Cardinals came back and won it. Graceffo got the win. Helsley got your save. Chavez coughed it up. More issues for the Braves. No shocker there. But the young and up-and-coming Cardinals get the victory 5-4. All right, appreciate you guys joining us this evening. MLB draft still going on anyway, but appreciate you guys spending the first round with us, talking a lot about some trade deadline talk. With the draft continuing tomorrow as well, we'll talk a little bit about some of the surprises that got into day two of the draft there, and then we'll talk a little bit about the home run derby tomorrow. But mostly, I want to talk about trades. We'll see what teams might do some overnight trades. Usually we see a couple of the aggressive teams try to get a deal done in advance of the All-Star game. I would not be surprised if we see a team like the Texas Rangers with how they kind of closed out offensively over the past 3 or 4 weeks. If they make a trade for a back-end bullpen arm or a bat, the Phillies seem anxious to do something in their bullpen. Maybe they're the team that decides to jump out there. The Red Sox might jump out there and try to add a controllable starter like a Joe Ryan. That kind of a deal, though, feels a little bit further away. Probably something that happens in the week leading up to the trade deadline. I doubt it would be a deal that happens on deadline day. You'll see a flurry of activity for players like a Harrison Bader, a Willie Castro. Middle relief options out the wazoo will be moved on deadline day. We'll be live with you guys every single evening now through the trade deadline, so be sure to join us. Hit that thumbs up at the bottom of the video if you enjoyed some of the draft talk, the trade talk as well, and our power rankings as well. And make sure you hit that subscribe button so when you are notified when we do go live. Make sure that bell is turned on as well. If you want to follow us on other platforms, on X at Upside Descent and on Facebook, Upside Sports Network. Appreciate you guys joining us. Stay safe out there, everybody, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow night.